Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. A HUD that's not updated. Let's fix that really quick. We're back in hell! We're back in vanilla. I mean, ARR. Which might as well be hell. I think this counts as hell, right? Good morning, everyone. Oh yeah, no, it was a good session. Predominantly taken up by a specific encounter and some very serious hardware issues by poor Guido. Before we go any further into the terrible, terrible quest that is the Paladin Heavensward arc, Paladin 2, Valvedrix very kindly summarized the 6.1 thing, which was like 3 hours ago, I want to say, something like that. Some of these actually amuse me quite a bit. So, first of all, we have... they're going to let us create player calling cards with custom profile pictures, which I have absolutely no idea what that means. They're adding a glossary describing all important characters and terms, which... Okay, yeah, that sounds cool for people who are having trouble. You unlock it in 6.1. I'm not sure if that means you have to be in Endwalker, or if that means there will be a quest they add to the starter zones. It's a very different thing. Obtained items will have check marks on the icon, so you can filter them on the market board, which they're close to. God, that's terrible, Valvedrix. Okay, no pluses. So this is actually a fun one. The MSQQ is staying as it is. And the new Ultimate Trial will become a part of it with adjusted exp. Which really sucks on almost every level. So if you remember, we had a whole discussion of how they could get rid of the MSQQ in order to properly make everything balanced. And the most easiest and obvious answer would be to distribute the extra experience from the roulette across all the other roulettes, right? Which is an idea I still agree with, by the way. Instead, we're going to keep having the MSQQ. Everything else will not be bumped up. And now the MSQQ can be even worse than it already is. For those of you not aware, it is a semi-common thing to do MSQQ, get the Meridianum, and then have 2, 3, or 5 people just leave the group because it's not worth their time. Yes, Valvedrix kindly gave me a nice big summary here, and I'm going through it. Now... And the really sad thing is you're probably like, oh, those people suck. Kind of, but I also don't blame them at all. No, seriously. As someone who has extraordinarily little spare time in my life, if I have 40 minutes set aside to do the MSQQ, and I get the bad one, that is officially not worth my time. Now, I'll still do it because, you know, it's better than nothing, and I don't have anything else scheduled at the time. But I can understand why someone would just bail on that because this is not worth their time. As I've said many times, I really do think they need to do a bit of a balancing pass on the exp for that. My thoughts on the matter. Anyways. And yeah, you can only do them once a day, and one of them is it is literally worth twice the exp of the other one, so... Yeah. Fix it, Square. This is on you. And I mean that. I really do think... I know this sounds so stupid, but you want the patch fix? You want the easy fix? Make them both give 66%. Done. The MSQQ just gives 66% of a level. Done. Problem gone. People will stay with Meridianum. People won't... Well, no, actually, no, that doesn't fix it. Damn it, I just realized that actually won't fix it. I stand by what my original suggestion is. I take it back. I take it back. I stand by my original suggestion. Get rid of the MSQQ! That's my original suggestion. Redistribute the roulette. We'll see what they do. I didn't see anything here about the experience. They just mentioned adjusted experience, so who knows. Whatever. Moving on, moving on. The MSQQ sucks. Moving on. Trust dungeons will be mostly with random adventurers. Alright, what's the terrible, stupid, awful, no good, very bad reason why they're keeping an Omega Legion? Because obviously I don't have that. Thank you, Fife, very much. as always. And I will jot that down for the Kingdom Hearts block. Oh yeah, I'm going to interrupt this discussion while I wait for Omega Legion's answer. So... Some of you are apparently not aware of the fact that I have a YouTube channel. No, not that one. I actually have 2 YouTube channels. The first one is pre-recorded stuff, the second one is stream uploads. Did you know I have a stream uploads channel? Because I have gotten people today who did not know that I did not have... Or did not know that I have a stream uploads channel. So you don't have to watch the VODs on Twitch. You can go watch the VODs on YouTube. And in fact, normally I hesitate on uploading VODs until the whole run is done for various metrics reasons. But because of the length of this, because of the lore run nature of this, I've actually been uploading VODs as they go. So those are going updated twice a day. Each time I finish a particular stream, it's getting uploaded within the next 5 minutes. So FYI on that. They are pseudo-labeled. They're as labeled as I can get them. You know, this is MSQ Part 1, this is this thing, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, FYI. Yeah, no, I saw it. I saw it. Thank you, Little Ion. Very much, as always. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, do please let me know. Thank you. Anyways, getting back to the rest of it. We'll give negatives to Square later. I mean, I'm not joking when I say I legitimately disagree with a lot of their game design philosophy, but of course I do. That's how life works. Everyone disagrees with everyone. And Giga Pudding. We're just getting swarmed today. Thank you very, very much, Giga Pudding. I'll put that towards Hyrule Warriors 2. Thank you. I wouldn't say thank you, but you're level 70 now, so it's okay. The Live Alive. You got it. And yeah, Velvetrix didn't mention Hildebrand, which I'm okay with. Because, yeah, I haven't even done Heaven's Word. Never mind Stormblood. And I guess he's not in Shadow. Anyways. So, Trust Dungeons, right. Trust Dungeons will be with random adventurers, and an example is given of an eager Lancer, because Scions would require too much rewriting. This is funny, because we've been discussing this as we've been going through the MSQ, and in several cases it's like, yeah, we'd have to redo this scene to make this make sense, and redo this scene to make this make sense. And honestly, I don't blame them on that one. Here's some random adventurers. Boop. What I'm curious about is if they're going to have those be just synced, and you just deal with them for that, or if there's going to be any of the leveling systems. So for those of you not aware, you actually level your trusts in this game. I can actually show you this. Right there. This is the wrong thing. Right here, see? So you can see how my Alphino is level 73, my Alize is level 71, and my Y'shtola is level 72, right? I'm guessing for the MSQ stuff, they're going to go with the easy route, which wouldn't surprise me at all, and just have them be the level in scenario mode, and that's it, right? And not even bother with all of that, because, right? Because that would be just a colossal pain to deal with, so. That is what I'm presuming. Who knows? Moving on. They'll try to have trust functionality. The 8-man content in 7.0, so no time soon. We shouldn't expect trust content for 24-man content. And yeah, I wouldn't even ask for that. Glamour plates. This is funny, because we were talking about this yesterday. Glamour plates will be increased from 15 to 20. Which, yeah, these things right here. We have so few of these. So 5 new Glamour plates. And you can change them at any Aetheryte instead of just in cities, which we also talked about literally yesterday. Actually, literally yesterday, I had to warp back to town, change, and then warp back to the raid in order to change my outfit. Also, they're increasing the space in the dresser to 800, which is good, because as we've already complained about many times, that is, you know, the current limit is far too few. Now, this is funny. Hawk Manor will have a Labyrinth of the Ancients-esque shortcut added to the backtrack point, you know, where we usually use return, which I actually dinged, if you remember, on the gameplay axis, because Well, you can just return. Absolutely nothing indicates that in the game. And so just adding the shortcut kind of bypasses that problem. And yeah, apparently they're just watching my stream now. Hi, Square Enix. Fix the MSQQ. Alright, so you'll be able to preview... Now, this is a funny one. You'll be able to preview store items in-game, at the inn, specifically. And it'll have a button that actually opens the store in your browser. Now, first of all, I could see why they would add that, and I could see why that would be desired. I'm actually completely with Yoshi P's apparent reaction on this, because apparently Yoshi P was very reluctant to add this, because it puts the store in the game and he feels it's scummy. We've actually already had a huge discussion about this when we were debating how to rate the in-game store of FF14. And truth be told, I'm actually, like I said, I'm with him on that. I feel like there's degrees and gradients of acceptability when it comes to that. I mean, it's all bad to some extent or another, but you get my point, right? Putting it in the game like that is another step towards bad. It's certainly not at the Ubisoft level, which is just pure insanity. But nah, that's not a direction I would want them to go in. We'll see if that just sticks there or not. For now, Paladin quests, the best quests ever. All right, let's do it. Yeah, I really hope they never go full Ubisoft. Because, let me talk about that after this quest. We live in troubling times. We do. That's why it's more important than ever the Sultan sworn stand ready to serve as sword and shield of the Sultanate. For a time I feared our order was doomed, but then you helped us restore our good name. Your shining example inspired many young men and women to seek us out. Even as we speak, they train to hone their skills. A few words of encouragement from the famed free Paladin himself would do much to motivate them further. Go visit them. Okay. Sure. Thank you, Professor Iago. It was a fascinating film to discuss and research. I guarantee you that there are people who are pestering Yoshi P as an executive to Ubisoft the in-game store. Now, yeah, I'm sorry, I mentioned that before you popped in. Let me try to show you what I'm talking about. Let me use actual stuff here. Let me really try to get across an idea here, because you need to understand why I'm so against this crap. Is this a good example? Hang on. I don't want to just log in myself. Nope, that is not a good example. Alright, hang on. Yeah, why do you unlock that in 6.1? Oh. You unlock it in 6.1 because they don't want to make it so you unlock parts of the glossary as you go. That's why they do that one. Of course, none of these pictures actually show what it actually looks like. Of course they don't. This is probably going to be as good as I get. Give me a second here. Just pull this into here. I hate this song. Yeah, no, that's why I caught myself. It's like, that's why they don't want to do it that way. And, okay, fair enough. That being said, so I kind of misunderstood when I first read it. One thing that I would actually enjoy quite a bit is if they added an in-game glossary for gameplay stuff. You know, we talked about universal markers, which admittedly aren't a thing, even still, at the point we're currently at, but, you know. Having an in-game glossary for in-game concepts, yeah, no, that's the kind of thing I would be very in favor of. Okay, here. So this is not a great example. This is the best example I could come up with. But you see this? This is the Division 2. Now, Division 2 is actually one of the worst examples of a Ubisoft in-game store I've ever seen. So, what you're looking at is the collections in your armor. Believe it or not, this is actually not the in-game store. That's the first thing you need to know. Just by pulling up your collections tab, which shows you the equipment, armor, and cosmetics you've already unlocked in the game, automatically pulls up in the collections tab the option to buy items. So, do you understand the distinction here? In case I'm really failing at this, what this means is rather than going to an in-game store page, you can buy in-game items from multiple tabs. We actually showed a little bit of this during Far Cry New Dawn as well. Ubisoft is infamous for this. So they make it really easy to buy stuff from every inventory screen, okay? Ding number 1. Ding number 2 is the prices involved, which I'm not going to bore you with, but let's just say that that's several dollars per Glamour piece, which there's a lot that goes into that. But honestly, screw it is just what I'm just going to say. I'm just going to summarize it. Screw it. Moving on. Problem number 3. So they use in-game currency, that is to say premium credits, rather than real-life money. And you might be wondering, why does that have anything to do with anything? So this is an old concept that casinos, or rather, before they were called casinos, started off. The way it is they want you to buy... they want you to trade your actual money for their fake money, and then you can use their fake money to buy into their things, right? Now, the significance here is what they do is they specifically only let you buy fake money in certain denominations, which are always more than the cost of what you want. And this is all mathed out. Lots of work and effort and spreadsheets are put into this to make sure that if you want a 700 cost item, the lowest you can buy a real in-game currency for is like 800 or 900 or whatever. And all of the prices are set to all be just a bit lower or just a bit over those set points, the points at which you can actually buy them. So in short, you're effectively bleeding out real-life money to buy more currency than you actually need. And yes, Star Trek Online does this, Guild Wars 2 does this, they all frickin' do this. It's a way to just kind of add just a little bit of an extra tax on top of that. So that's ding number 3, excuse me, at this point. Ding number 4. Now, this is probably not super visible, especially if you're not watching this at like a small thing with low resolution. But if you see in the upper right, you'll notice there's a big yellow exclamation mark. Now, this is a static image. But trust me when I say that playing the game, that big yellow glowing animated exclamation mark is extremely noticeable. Now, anybody who's played Kingdom Hearts knows what that is. That's the "there's something new in this menu" button, right? Cool. That makes sense. Here's the problem. That shows up for the in-game store items. It also never goes away. No, really, I tried. It never goes away. So it's just always there, saying, hey, there's this item you could buy. And yeah, if you don't understand why this is scummy, that's cool, and I'm happy for you. This is an irritant. This is Discord little messages on Discord just staying there. This is an icon, a little red icon on your phone indicating you haven't interacted with something yet. This is trying to trick people into looking at that and even think about buying items just to get rid of that thing. And yes, if you buy the items, that goes away. That's how that works. There's so many layers of predatory that go into this. So many layers of manipulation that go into this crap. Did I even mention the fact, I don't know if you're noticing this, but what we're actually looking at here is set pieces. No, it doesn't, Starscream. Trust me. It's ridiculous. And this is all on top of the fact that, I don't know if you noticed, but there actually is the in-game store in the upper right. Again, the icon's small. But yeah, there's the actual in-game store there, which is even worse. Like, the Ubisoft format is the worst, most predatory, most garbage, non-mobile in-game microtransactions format that I've seen. They just go above and beyond with regards to how they do it. That's multiple negative territory. That's probably more than 3 negative territory in that case. Now, why am I bringing all this up with regards to FF14? Did you know that Ubisoft makes a decent amount of money off of those things? This is the core problem. The reason people do those predatory practices is because they work. They don't always work. And admittedly, the figures are actually tracking down. So, that's good. more and more people are starting to be able to build up psychological defenses against this crap. But the fact is, this kind of stuff works. And so, bringing it all the way back to FF14 and the in-game store thing, I guarantee you, with 100% certainty that Yoshi P does not want to do that. And I also guarantee you with, let's go with 99% certainty, that there are meetings that Yoshi P has to be involved with other executives, and I forget what they're, but the board is going to be involved, and the representatives of the stockholders are going to be involved, and they're saying, why aren't you doing this in FF14? Because they just see a financial model that works and are wondering why we're not doing that. Why aren't we making that extra money? Because they're stupid. Let's just go and admit that. Those people don't understand that while those systems work, A, those are trending downwards. I do pay attention to that kind of thing. And B, what that actually does is shrinks your overall market. It doesn't matter if your game's good, if it pulls that kind of crap. That will actually push people out of your game. Right? But getting past all that, it's just, oh my god. Oh yeah, actually, Takoda brings up another thing. There's also a decent amount of fairly complex in-game crap, in-game code, excuse me, I should be more clear about that, that has to go into that to make all of that viable. To make it so you can buy stuff in the actual game. There's requirements for that. Especially when it comes to international matters. Like, there's a lot that goes into that. They have to deal with all that crap and do all that understructure, which, by the way, has a demonstrable and unavoidable deleterious effect on the game itself. This is no longer the realm of debate. It hasn't been the realm of debate for years. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Square already has its own gotchas. Let me tell you something cool, okay? Check this out. Hey, look, the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster just came out. Let me pull up my phone here. Let me go to the store. Go to the games page here. Yep, okay, and we're going to search for Final Fantasy. Just Final Fantasy. What's the first thing that comes up? Can anyone tell me? Because I bet you can. Brave Exvius is the third one. Tactics is probably not even going to be on the list, to be completely honest. All the Bravest, I'm not sure if All the Bravest is on here at all. Scroll down for a while. Nope, I'm out of the FFs. Oh, no, wait, there it is. All the Bravest, way down there. Rage. No, okay, so. The first thing is Final Fantasy XV, A New Empire. Some of you may or may not know that I have spit so much venom at that specific game, because it's the worst. It's the worst thing Square has ever put out. I'm not exaggerating. I'm really not. This is garbage on every level. It's the first result. The second result is Final Fantasy VII, The First Soldier, which, as a reminder, I have played for the sake of the show, and is also garbage. The third result is Brave Exvius. The fourth result is Opera Omnia. The fifth result is finally an actual video game. Okay, hang on. Let's search for Final Fantasy VI specifically, because that's what I did a week ago. What's the first result for me searching for Final Fantasy VI? I'm just going to give this away. It's not Final Fantasy VI. Bingo! Final Fantasy XV, A New Empire. Followed by Opera Omnia, followed by First Soldier, and then followed by... what the hell? So then followed by FF6, then Chrono Trigger, and then the Square Enix software token. It wasn't even in the previous list. So, thank you, Yoshi P, for being a decent human being and not caving in to what I can almost guarantee is a cavalcade of suits and money people who are demanding that you make your game worse to try and squeeze more money out of it. And I'm just going to say that. I'm tired of all attempts at diplomacy in this matter. Screw it. Screw it. We've been pushed past the line. Acceptability is gone. You know? But Lord, no! Don't make me quote Picard from First Contact. I'll do it! I'm crazy! God damn it, that sucks. Both of those things suck. One of those things obviously sucks more than the other thing. I'm going to read Omega Legion's thing in just a second. I've been sitting here ranting about predatory practices for too long. Well met, Lore. It's been ages since we last spoke. Who is this person? I don't recognize this person. Certainly not since you helped us recover the crown. At the moment, Phyllis and I are conducting drills with the new recruits at the East Watchtower. They'll be thrilled to see you, I'm sure. Well, let's get away from this goddamn song, shall we? It depends on how you're defining that, Starscream. Like, if you're saying, is the same developers do that? I mean, the answer is no. I understand the... Oh, you've already had Daylight Savings Time, haven't you, Von Falkenstein? Yeah, we haven't had that yet. We have that, 2 weeks, I think? Something like that. Because obviously, in addition to having Daylight Savings Time, which is already stupid, we need to do it in different times of the year, depending on which country we're in, because that makes everything even worse than normal. Man, I started 30 minutes ago, Von Falkenstein. As I always do. Since we all know you're a man of few words, go kill basilisks. Okay, sure. That's okay, Omega. So let's see. They said they strongly contemplated removing... Hang on. Strongly contemplated removing the MSQ roulette due to length of the castrum and praetorium. They didn't want to lump them into other roulettes. I mean, why would they have to? Okay, whatever. I'm just going to ignore that. Imagine doing a leveling. I'm kidding. Ah! Yeah, no, leveling is already such a gamut of dungeons that honestly, frankly, leveling should probably be multiple leveling roulettes if we're just being 100% honest with ourselves. Like, think about the range of dungeons that exist in the level. In fact, actually, I believe there's a list. Hang on, hang on. Does it have a list? I swear there's a list for this somewhere. There it is. Oh my god. Yeah, you could get Mount Gulg, Somal, the Airy, Brayflox's Longstop, Sestasha, Ifrit, Great Google Library, Cutter's Cry, Garuda. Yeah, I think I've made my point. Man, I don't know, Von Falkenstein. I started streaming 30 minutes ago. I don't know what to tell you. It is 9:30 EST right now. Oh, yeah, no, Yosin Corp. We're getting rid of Daylight Savings Time. It's such a dumb thing. Yeah, I noticed that immediately and scrolled right back up. What's funny is, the way I noticed is there were some dungeons which I haven't clicked it. You know, the link is a different color. I was like, whoop, whoop, and just went right back up. Anyways, let's finish reading Omega Legion's terrifying, terrifying comment here. So, the fact they even contemplated means cutscenes will be skippable, which would be nice. Use the trust to watch cutscenes. So at that point, it's just an extra roulette. Probably going to cut down the X from it, because they mentioned X balancing too, so we'll see exactly what they do with that. So, is this it? You literally brought me out here to show off to the recruits what killing a basilisk is like? Ugh, okay. Yes, job quests and store rants. Or I might call it class rant quests without ever meaning to. Well, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've been trying pretty hard to refer to things such as 011 or 05 instead of the name of the fight in question. Oh, speaking of which, I need to tell y'all what happened last night, don't I? Oh my god. Give me a minute, give me a minute. I gather recruits took your lesson to heart. Would that I had some way to repay you, some knowledge or technique to bequeath to you. There's nothing I could teach you. Okay. But then, something happens. Oh, it's you. Hey, what's up? We need to talk at the dispatch yard. Yeah, sure thing, Papa Sean. I admit that another feasible way to do this is to call something like, say, Quarantine Lab T15B X38 or whatever. But the thing is, I don't remember which one of those is which. So instead, it's more like Triad 1, Triad 2, Triad 3, you know. Hi, Mike Romano. I admit I screwed up a little bit on the non-spoiling thing with dungeon names, or sorry, raid names earlier, and I apologize for that. I've been a lot more careful about that since then, basically, as I caught myself like, oh, shoot. Hopefully I haven't slipped up since then. Anyways, so last night, while I was playing D&D, I was doing my roulettes. I got Meridianum, because screw my life. Don't worry, I stayed. Thought about leaving. But no. What actually happened was I got Balgar's Wall. Thank you for coming, Laura. You must be wondering why I called you here. It concerns Solkazagal, Genlin's predecessor. As you may recall, he continues to search for the Oathkeeper, the sword stolen by the Monetarists. Yep, I remember. From time to time, he sends me missives sharing with me latest discoveries. His most recent one contained a startling claim. He wrote he had found the sword at long last. That was some time ago, and he has not contacted me since. I would not trouble Genlins with the news, not until we learn. So, will you help me find him? Yeah, dude. Of course I will. So, go to Ishgard. I mean, if I have to. You must be level 52 for the next quest. Okay. Aye. So, Falcon's Nest, a hamlet in the Kurthus Western Highlands. Go there. Find our missing man before we find the Oathkeeper. Okay. I can do that. So I get Balgar's Wall. Now, the first thing the tank does is triple pulls and dies. I'm the healer, by the way. Now, I'm not trying to brag, but I think I can comfortably say that I'm not a completely terrible healer. So, I feel stupid, of course. Because the first thing that happens is my tank dies right out the gate. Little did I know this was actually a sign of what was to come. Just, oh god, it was so bad. I'm gonna skip by us having trouble on literally every single pull. No. Because I watched Buffs up here in the upper left, and he didn't pop a single cooldown. He just walked in and was like, alright, trash pull, I'm good. But normally, well, okay, sometimes, about half the time, I can usually keep someone up despite that nonsense. Not this time. So, in his defense, he stopped wall-to-walling for 2 pulls. Then he went back to wall-to-walling. Now, for those of you who've never done Balgar's Wall, we will be doing it. It's part of Heavensward. It's actually Heavensward's dungeon. And it's mean. It is, in fact, the final dungeon of Heavensward. And like all final dungeons of a particular expansion, they're mean. Usually in a good way, but still, like there's some mean stuff in there. So we get to this boss. I don't mind sharing that this is the first boss of that dungeon, the thing I'm writing right now. So it's like, okay, cool, no problem. And the DPS, which is a bard and a samurai, so good spread. They were in the same guild, by the way. I don't know if that's relevant, I'm just mentioning it. They're the worst DPS I've ever seen in this game. So, in addition to, like, okay, pretend for a moment that, you know, these two dudes out here are the DPS, right? So the boss is like, I'm facing this direction. Can you guess what they did? I'll give you a hint. Alright, so they die, obviously. Actually, so this is partially on me. I could have saved one of them. But, and it did not occur to me that they wouldn't move. So I res them both. One quickly, one slowly. And then they go back to being stupid. And I actually yank the bard out. Like, get out of there. But if you remember, that boss also has a thing where it summons some adds which fixate. Which naturally they don't do any DPS to whatsoever. So we muddle our way through that fight a little bit. Took a wipe. Not a hard boss. And then we picture a tire that's been burst. That's us making our way through the rest of the dungeon. We get to the second boss. You know what? I'm actually going to just kind of skip over the second boss. All I need to tell you about the second boss is more of the same. But we managed to one-shot the second boss. I empty my mana tank doing so. I was playing a white mage for perspective, and for those of you who don't know, a white mage at 60 has a lot of buttons, many of which don't cost mana, and most of which are off the global cooldown. I tapped out on the second boss. So then we wipe to trash twice on the way to the third and final boss. But we finally get to the final boss. The final boss of that dungeon, which I am obviously just speaking in generic terms on. And let me describe the way this boss works. It's actually fairly simple. It's actually a good boss, but it's a fairly simple boss. So he has an eyeball thing that appears over his head, so don't look at him, okay? He does a thing where he'll rush to one random part of the arena, like over here, and then he'll face a direction, and then like that 80% of the arena will get hit by an AoE, so you're supposed to get behind him, right? Just in order to not, you know, get hit by it. It hits like a truck, but it won't kill you. It's just a big ol' hit. Then he has a thing where he'll throw down some flaming swords on the ground. Okay, that's just a big ol' attack. That's whatever. Then each of the flaming swords becomes targetable, and their telegraphs cover the entire arena. The thing is, you need to target one, kill it, and that will make a safe space, right? And so then you stand in the safe space. Then the flaming swords go off, which will kill you, by the way. Then Maverick shows up. Very important part. He just shows up in the middle of the fight, and then he just leaves. I don't know what he's doing there. And I think that's actually... Oh, no. There's one last thing. He will put a chains around someone. Almost always the healer, by the way. And that chains... And there's a reason for this. It's because the chains then starts a timer. If the timer finishes, it kills the healer. Just straight up. So the reason why it usually picks the healer is because it's the DPS's job to kill it. So... all of this went wrong. They didn't look away from the flashbang. They didn't get out of the giant telegraph. They didn't group up so that I could heal them through the unavoidable damage. They weren't DPSing the swords so we can make a safe spot, and they weren't DPSing the chains so I could be broken out. We wiped 5 times on this boss fight. I want to stress that the timer, like, it wasn't getting low, but it was probably the lowest I've ever seen that timer get in a dungeon. You know, having like the 90-minute timer for a dungeon? Yeah. I discovered that as a white mage, at 60, I can actually destroy one of those swords by myself if I'm really on it. So that's good to know. No one can ever accuse me not green DPSing again, because I did that solo! My favorite part, though, was I think it was the 3rd attempt. And, yeah, I can review White Mage at 60 now, actually. My favorite attempt was attempt 3, which was, so I was chained, right? And by this point, they'd realized they have to DPS the chains. Still didn't realize they have to DPS the frickin' swords, because I kept doing it, and apparently nobody ever figured that out. But they figured out they need to DPS the chains, so they start DPSing the chains. Did I mention they were crap DPS in addition to being brain-dead morons? So, I mentioned the timer. Well, the timer finished, and then the chains died. Because they didn't kill the... Because the 2 DPS couldn't kill the chains before the timer ran out. I should also mention that even the successful attempt took forever because their DPS was so bad. Not that I would ever do such a thing, but I am reasonably certain, with absolute certainty, that I was doing more DPS than either of them. I have never seen anybody that bad. I'm not joking when I say these are the worst DPS I've ever seen in this game. And by the way, this is level 60. So, huh? Heard you was asking after a Rogadin, and a fashion might give a man cause to worry. I know him. Past tense, I should say. Old fellow. Spent some time chatting with the young blood. He came through like the rest of us before, looking for the same thing we all do. Bandits ambushed him in the night, out in the waste, buried him with my own 2 hands the next day. The strain it took especially hard, close as he was to him. Oh, that, I mean, I was just playing D&D anyways. But if anybody who was actually watching last night's D&D session wonders why occasionally my expressions were weird while I was muted, now you know why. Like, I've dealt with bad players, but honestly, bad players don't bother me that much, as weird as that sounds. A bad player is just someone who doesn't know better, or isn't aware of a mechanic, or is distracted, or just trying to unwind after a long day, or whatever, right? You know? But garbage players bug the crap out of me. I will freely embrace, I will freely reveal my elitist fangs when it comes to that level of performance. You know? And again, all the pieces matter, right? Like, you have to be up to 60, and you have to be in a hard dungeon, and you have to be part of the group, and you have to... and you're doing this bad, and you're doing this bad, and you're doing this bad, in like 3 separate and distinct ways. That's when the elitist fangs come out. It's like, oh, okay. And yeah, exactly, Blade Turval. Like, yeah, there is a difference between a bad... I'm a bad player. I was actually, when we were doing, Alexander, when we were doing A12, I was a bad samurai. I am more than capable of acknowledging that I was not doing my job or my rotation, and I kept screwing up the order of my things, and I kept forgetting to use a certain ability that I kept forgetting even existed, because I'm not used to having it. And it was just, I was a bad samurai. But that's the kind of thing that can be fixed, and honestly, by the end of the fight, I was actually doing a better job of it. I wasn't a garbage player during that fight. You know, the rest of the team wasn't actively being made worse for my existence. Right? You can tell me. It's okay. Be honest with me. Hi, Constant. I'm gonna call him Constant from now on. You a friend of his too? Good. My condolences. I knew there were others who would want to know. It was the work of Death's Embrace, I'll wager. Those fiends you slew were just now were sent by them as well. My kinsmen think them nothing but another band of sellswords or heretics. If only they knew what they were truly capable of. I can only hope they will heed my warnings this time. Well, you get my point, though, right, Wenlock? Like, pretty much nobody I know personally would I actually call a garbage player. Laura, this is Papa Sean. Have you found Sozakal? Sozakal? God, I don't know. Sozi! Have you found Sozi? God's almighty, slain by death's embrace! I heard those bastards were still skooking about, but I never thought they'd try to... Wait! They were the ones who held Oathkeeper! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! We must find that boy, and learn all that he learns. Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I will admit I get slightly, very slightly angry when I see someone in our Discord talking about pugging without actually saying, hey, can anyone help me do this? It's like, that's what we're friggin' here for. We may not be available, but you should at least ask, right? We might not even have a full group, but at least we can diminish and mitigate the possibility of getting an EverQuest player in the group. Sorry, that was unkind of me. I don't mean to be unkind to EverQuest players. I apologize. Pleasure to see you again, sir. Was there something you wish to discuss? And then I murder him. Oh, shit. Got it, Omega Legion. Warrior tank. I'm going to be taking Gunbreaker through Endwalker, so that should be fun. You're that free Paladin he told me about. It's an honor to meet you at last. For the second time. My name's Constant. Truly honored, sir. Truly. Sorry if I'm a bit out of sorts. It's just I've been thinking about him a lot. About the day we first met, how he saved me, how his sword gleamed as he danced amongst wolves. I did see that, and I don't even know what the crap. Valvedrix. I begged him to teach me the ways of the Paladin so I could save others like he saved me. He must have turned me down a dozen times before finally relenting. Probably because he caught me asking about the Oathkeeper. But I suppose I didn't think I was strong enough to help him reclaim the sword. Why else would he sneak off while I was away? I should have been there, Lord. I should have been there. I'm going to take it back. The Oathkeeper, with no training, no skill, no equipment, no nothing. I will make it happen. By which I mean, you will make it happen and I will take credit for it. I'm not going to make a politician joke. Oh, if only you could see us now. 2 paladins united in purpose. I guess it's a bit premature to claim the title. 1 veteran paladin, 1 aspiring paladin. United in purpose. Right. How do you not know what cure is? I'm sorry, hang on. Let's switch to White Mage really quick here. Do you see this spell that we get at level 2? You see that? That level 2 spell? It's called Cure. Now, hang on. It's actually worse than what you're thinking right now. Because when in FF14, when you gain a new ability, it goes under your bar automatically. So Cure is, unless they manually drag Cure off, which means they have to acknowledge that Cure exists, Cure is on their bar. Just point that out. Sorry, Gigapudding, didn't mean to cover you up there. I had to show that off. Because people need to understand how bad this is. Actually, no, all MMOs don't do that. So let's check this outfit out. Let's see, I like the pants. I like the boots. I find the mark on the hat, the cheek terrifying, but appropriate. Let's get behind you so we can see the hat proper. There we go. I like it. F minus. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. I do like it, legit. I especially like the gloves. I almost said the gauntlets. I like the gauntlets. Jeez, wake up. I like the blue one better, too. Yeah, WoW doesn't do that. Now, Tor does that, and Guild Wars 2 actually doesn't do that. But that's because Guild Wars 2 is really weird with its abilities. And Star Trek Online actually does that to the point of aggravation. Star Trek Online... So, hang on, let me explain what I mean by that. Star Trek Online puts everything on your bars, whether you want it to or not. To explain what I mean by everything, I want you to imagine that you've just bought a new ship in STO, okay? And you equip all your stuff, and you put all your bridge officers, and you go to space. And what it has on your bar now is all of your bridge officers' abilities, and all of your equipment, and all of your attacks, and all of your shields, and all of your abilities, and all of your equipped... Now, for those of you who don't play STO, let me try to explain this a little bit. I want you to imagine that jump was added to the bar, and white damage was added to the bar. And, like, it's hard to actually equate this because STO is such a different MMO in gameplay, but, like, it adds your specific shield facings to your bar, for God's sakes. Oh yeah, that's true. So, there's actually a bug that's been around since literally the Romulan expansion. Which, there's nothing to talk about with the Paladin quest. Since the Romulan expansion, where sometimes your bars will just not have anything on them. I actually prefer that, as weird as that may sound, because it's better than having just all the everything. Like, okay, let me, I think I actually can equate this. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so imagine that, like, this right here is all on your bar. And this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And it's just flooding your bars. And so, hang on, it actually gets worse. Because STO doesn't have a lock or unlock system, like this thing over here, you probably can't even see. What you have to do is you have to hold down right-click and hold it for a second for it to acknowledge in order to drag items off your bar. So imagine going drag, drag, drag. I love STO to death, but God, that gets old. Sorry, this is fresh in my mind because very recently I equipped the Klingon Federation ship, which is actually an awesome ship, by the way. Apparently there is an unlock bar. I don't even know about that, apparently. Whatever, I'll take it. But anyways, I just equipped my new ship, and I just had to go through this process a few days ago, so... Anyways, Constant has discovered where it is. It's near the river. Okay, that's cool. The first one. The one from, like, last year. That I forgot to equip and level. Not the one that just came out a few weeks ago, which unfortunately I didn't get. Which is a shame, because apparently that thing is just utterly broken right now. It's okay, I have Mark 15s. Everything I look at dies. I have good Mark 15s. I'm gonna have to look for that next time I'm in there. Which will be tonight. Because I'm currently doing the thing to get that Borg thing. Oh yeah, this is a cool thing. Check this out. Did you know STO has cross-class abilities, kind of? I'm thinking about it, Omega Legion. So the way this works in STO, some of the ships, I should say, you can level your ship. And if that doesn't sound weird, to explain that, not every ship has a leveling bar. But as you level the ship, you gain extra little stat boosts. It's all little stuff, but it's bonus stats. That's cool. But when you max out your ship, you gain a special ability is added, which you can then equip on any ship. And so this is kind of the benefit of leveling the tier 6s. Yeah, exactly. This is what they did to make tier 6s different than tier 5s, other than just having a better stat block. It's a really cool thing. And so what me and Pax usually do is we do the events and we do the stuff and we get the tier 6s, and then we level them in order to gain the abilities in order to actually equip them. So that's why I'm actually using the Klingon Alliance ship the Klingon Federation ship right now. It's because I'm leveling it. Once I'm done, I'll go right back to my Dominion carrier. You do have a question right there, Dr. Winter. It says... shoot, hang on. It got reformatted on me. Does viability in in-game count? Yeah, that one. Meanwhile, we're following this guy's trail of blood. Oh my god, it was Maverick! Shakuse! So yeah, let's go ahead and answer some QA questions while we're following this trail of blood, which is very engaging, so much so that I can't even tell you how much I just absolutely love this question. It's so great. This is funny though, Dr. Winter, because your question is very relevant because we are currently leveling Paladin. Or rather, we are currently showcasing Paladin. Oh yeah, no, there's plenty of ships I've just shoved into dry dock the moment I leveled them Wenlock. This is not okay. Why are you? Why game? Why? So Paladin at 60. What does Paladin get at 60? Well, It gets you a dot, so that's something. Oh no! I knew it. Maverick was here to execute me all along. Oh yeah, it doesn't take any time to level a ship if you really want to smash it. We usually just do it, you know, slow mode, because we're not in a hurry. Yes and no, respectively, Pika. I actually have the demo downloaded, but obviously I've had absolutely no time to do anything with that, because time is a luxury for other people. Okay, so hang on. So Venters says, what do you say about classes that are reworked and are just incomplete at early levels? Example, how tanking classes in WoW don't have tanking abilities during the level squish. So this is part of the thing. We've actually talked about this extensively, because we were talking about how we don't want to ruin Black Mage at 90. We just want Black Mage better at, you know, 1 through 70 or whatever the actual range is, right? So I'm kind of with it, is the overall idea, because when you're designing a class, you have to design it from 3 perspectives in mind. Starting, leveling, endgame. And ideally, all 3 of those are good. I almost just hit skip right there, because this is, hey, oh my god, it's some criminals. I thought the cornet would help, but that speech felt rather uninspired. Yep, yep, okay, there we go. That's cool. Moving on. So anyways, that's hard to do, is what I'm trying to say. It is difficult to design a class for all perspectives in mind. Now, I think FF14 succeeds at this in several cases, which is awesome. But it doesn't succeed in all cases. This is one of the reasons, though, I mentioned that I have faith in their team in being able to actually build and rebuild some of these classes. Oh, hey, check it out. So, hey, we've got that ability. Yeah, we've got a dot. Got a dot. I've never been so happy to have a dot. Well, I'm just gonna ignore him. Screw it. That's it. That's the only thing that's changed in Paladin at 56. We have a dot. The odds of me having time to play it are literally 0, Pika. So, no, I'm afraid I have no time in my life right now. So we won! Yay! But they didn't have the Oathkeeper blue. Maverick! Oh no! He's getting away with the Oathkeeper! No! No! Chase him! Get him! Get back here! Give me my Oathkeeper! Ramming speed! No! Where'd I go? I lost him. Lost him. Ahem. So going back to Dr. Winter's question, the direction I'm getting to is, does viability in endgame count more than early and mid-game? Would a class that's great at 50, but bad at 80, be bad because it doesn't scale as well? So, unfortunately, the answer to your question is, as always, it depends. So in some cases, obviously the answer would be no, because I really hate the mentality that endgame is the only point of an MMO, and that mentality is, it's frankly a toxic mentality that goes all the way back to EverQuest, where leveling was something you put up with in order to be able to play the game. Right? Hell, Asheron's Call had that problem too, and I liked that MMO. That's terrifying looking. Look at that. It's just all you could see is that one dot there in the distance. And yeah, what endgame is more in flux nowadays than it used to be, and that's another thing, and blah, blah, blah. So yeah, in other words, whether endgame is more important or less than through game is kind of its own debatable thing. Let's put it to you this way. There's a very likely chance that Paladin will get a negative, a negative, a negative, and a positive in terms of its overall leveling arc and its endgame thing. And if that doesn't answer your question, I'm afraid I don't know what else to add to that. The wheels of justice are slow to turn. Even Sir Emmerich, who they say cares for the welfare of every Guardian, even he is bound by bureaucracy. It all comes back to war. Yes, it's all war. Sadness. My mother's caravan was raided on the road to Tailfeather. I was resigned to never knowing who to blame. until he told me about Death's Embrace, and I realized they were the ones responsible for that and many other attacks. They chose their targets with care, preying on those who wouldn't be missed, saved by their equally powerless friends and family. But everyone deserves a champion. Even the least among us are worth saving. Wait, we are? I don't know if the remaining members of Death's Embrace have Oathkeeper, but even if they don't, we must kill them horribly. I agree, Omega Legion. I think Paladin could be fixed. I stand by what I've said. Paladin at 80 is fun. So, we just got the dot that I was just using. So now Paladin is slightly different. God, please don't say that, Mike Romano. Oh my god. There's a letter for me. Exactly, Dr. Winter. And when I review other MMOs, I'll basically be doing the same thing for them. Where is this? Now, the thing is, as horrible as this probably sounds, FF14 is probably the MMO that I intend to cover where this applies the most. Because in Guild Wars 2, there's only two brackets. There's up to endgame, and then there's endgame, and that is it. And the only actual difference there is at endgame, you gain your specializations. Now, that does change your gameplay, but that's it, right? There's only two brackets to consider for Guild Wars 2. In Star Trek Online, it's a little different. We'll talk about that when we get there, because STO is just such a different MMO than most MMOs. And then in WoW, WoW technically does the FF14 thing, but it is so squished that it barely applies anymore. So in WoW's case, it'll probably be more looking at how a class plays in a specific expansion because of borrowed power than anything else. And otherwise, we'll just review the class. So it's been strange from the start. Who sends a missive with provisions when we've got Moogles running around who can do it faster? Not to mention the bandits have been raiding caravans. Any road. Here's your letter. It's been languishing in someone's storeroom for a while. Better late than never, though, right? It was your friend's wish you came all this way. Read it for yourself, you'll see. I left you a gift near 100 throws. Take it and become the man you are destined to be. Okay. Notice he's got boots and a helmet now. Essentially, yes, Inamisha. So it's actually worse than that. For all the praise I give to WoW, and I give a lot, I actually hate their current system from the perspective of a new player. So here's how this works as a brand new account. You start your character, you are dumped into a tutorial zone built just for you. No option, you have to do this tutorial zone. In the interest of fair, this tutorial zone is legit. It's really, really well designed, really good, blah, 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 blah. But you have to do it. You do not get to see any other starter zone. Once you finish that, you are dumped immediately into, I think it's actually BFA. Once you get to a certain point in BFA, which you will get to long before you finish BFA, you are then dragged right into Shadowlands, which is the current expansion, for those of you not aware. This whole process sucks. It's so disjointed, especially from a narrative perspective, that it's nonsense. Now, let's say you make an alt. Let's say you're an existing account. You have a couple more options. The way that works is you get to choose your starter zone. You can choose whatever it is your race is, or you can choose the island that I just mentioned. And then once you finish that, you get to choose which expansion you would like to be in. Now, once you choose an expansion, you can go and do that expansion until you hit the level of Shadowlands, at which point Chromie interrupts you and immediately drags you into Shadowlands. Now, here's the caveat. For an alt, for a pre-existing account, you can then say, no, I want to go back to BC, and then just go right back to BC. I'm not 100% sure you get that option as a brand new character. To really try and narrow this down, I want you to picture this. I want you to imagine you playing FF14 for the first time. You jump in, and there's Boja. I know this isn't equivalent, just work with me here, okay? So you jump into Boja, and you get a tutorial on all the abilities and stuff, and it's really cool, and you get some things, and you finish Boja, and it's like, all right, and then it dumps you onto the moon. This is stupid. By the way, I should mention, and I mean no offense to FF14 here, WoW has more story than FF14 does. By sheer virtue of having been out for so many years longer. Huge, huge, years-long story arcs. That's all just kind of, oh yeah, you're in the Shadowlands. What? What? Okay. Sure. That might as well be a thing. Whether it's better story or not is not something I'm willing to put my finger on. The only thing I'm willing to say definitively is that FF14 story is better told. Because it is. Like, objectively. FF14 story is better told than Warcraft story. If you want to learn Warcraft story, go watch the Lorecraft series. That's why it exists. Yeah, for all of the nitpicking and aggravations that I have about FF14, let's just say that if I, like, let's say that I suddenly had the mainliner job, the executive producer job of WoW, my first year and a half or 2 or 3 would be spent entirely trying to make it so that we could just fix what's already there. You know what I mean? Just repair what's already there. You've already got great gameplay, great story, great characters, great moments, tons of lore. Huge amounts of backstory and world building. There's actual consistency to it, which must be... I gave an example just the other day. How many of you would even know about the connection between the Stockades, Westfall, and the Southern Barons, if not for the fact that I just told you about it just now? God. Sorry, it drives me bonkers. Thank you very, very much for that sub. Always appreciate it. Very much, Lee. Thank you. If you know what you'd like to put that towards, please do let me know. Don't worry, Throne of Thunder is in the Lorecraft series. We didn't skip it there. It's effectively replacing the WoW lore on it, anyways. So much I want to ask. So much I would have asked when he was still alive. And he's dead! He's dead! He's not dead. You can see where this story is going. Why are we going here? Okay, whatever. So anyways, negative to gameplay for Paladin. While we're here. I should probably go ahead and start answering some QA questions, because Lord knows I got nothing to talk about for the Paladin arc. So Zactaf asked, did you listen to the music? Actually, yes, I did. I took 2 minutes to listen to it last night. It was alright. I mean, it was a little generic epic, but I see what you mean, though. It had that... I consider epic to be a genre of music, which is probably why you called it WoW style, because WoW's music style, I'd say about a third of the music in WoW is of the epic genre. Yeah, you want to know how much... Like... Rax mentions that I might alienate people by emphasizing the story. Here's a question for you. Did you know that there's a new cutscene that came out Tuesday about stuff I can't even spoil because it's super duper spoilery? Now, how many of you would be surprised to know that I thought that cutscene was actually very well done and actually did almost exactly what I would have done with the narrative? There's a few niggles I would change around, but otherwise it was actually extremely powerful. Me and Pax both had the same general reaction to it, which is, oh god, that's horrible. That's so horrible. Like, in a good way, right? Like, that was heart-rending. I mention this because most of what I've heard about it is, oh, it sucks. Nobody likes story. Skip! Give me a next raid. I'm being facetious. Because they're stupid, like Romano. Yeah, how many people are going to care? Exactly, it's just, damn it. I never really understood why you accepted me as your pupil. What made you change your mind? What'd you see in me? What would you do now that you're gone? So it's true then. Papa Sean does not conceal the truth from me forever. He told me of the claims and your search. I would not believe it, could not believe it, and yet now. Part of the problem in WoW, too, is, and I've complained about this in FF14, whether or not we are a character changes depending on the specific chunk of the story we're in. In some of the expansions, we're just an observer to someone else's story, which sucks. In other cases, we are the main character of our story, which is awesome. But the problem, you've already heard the problem. The problem is it bounces back and forth between those things. Who's the main character of Pandaria? We are. We are critical to the story of Pandaria. Who's the main character of Warlords? That's a good question. No. What sorcery is this? What new devilry? Oh no, it's a guy who's definitely dead. I guess it just irritates me personally, Omega Legion, when we're in a cutscene we have no business being in. And the cutscene plays as if we're not there. Which happens more often than I would like it to. Like, I don't mind not always being the main character. That's not the issue. The issue is they go a little bit too far on that, you know what I mean? So instead of us being simply part of someone else's story, it's more like we have absolutely no place in that story. You know? Like the Dune Scythe arc we just did, for example. That's my problem. I feel like they go between the two extremes too much, which is, if you're paying attention, the exact same problem I have with WoW. Anyways, we're not sure what's going on with the Soul Stones, but I need to keep looking after this kid. For some reason. Yeah, that's exactly, Rex. That's a perfect contrast. I have now gained the ability... Divine Veil. Really? That's what you're giving me? Okay, that's cool. Cooldowns are cool, I guess. I'm beginning to think I've been doing about this the wrong way. I've been trying to determine the whereabouts of the Oathkeeper by tracing his steps. But how he came to pursue and die at the hands of the Embrace isn't nearly as important as the fact that he did. Death's Embrace has the sword. So we find them, we find Oathkeeper. So let's go kill them. Okay, so back to some QA questions here. Colin Peluso says, why are you so stupid? He says, how many hours do you have in this game? 79 days, 5 hours, and 25 minutes. Which, by the way, will be going into the score when we get to the golden number. Don't worry, I've already accounted for that. Did some tech tests, or math tests, excuse me, just to make sure that that's going to work out. Jesse Ward says, is there any mainstream TV show capable of making a good episode about an arena? I mean, I can't think of any, but I don't really watch mainstream television, so I'm really the wrong person to ask about that. I've ever played Impossible Creatures. I am aware of it. I am aware of the team that made it. Unfortunately, I have never played it. What would your opinion? What is, in your opinion, Baby's first MMO? FF14. As much as I hate to say it, because this game has its issues, especially for an early player, this is an extraordinarily good game for this is what an MMO is. Especially if you do all the quests, or have someone else helping you out along the way. So what's up? He never told me, but how exactly did he die? I'm going to paint you a bloody picture. He was murdered. I found him and I buried him. That's all you need to know. It's just that the other day I could have sworn I... Never mind, I don't know what I was thinking. Don't let me keep you. Hey, Gum Gum. Hey, offshore Twitch account. But we... Okay. Who's my favorite dwarf? Oh, that's a tough one. I like all the dwarfs to some extent. Even Moira. Yes, really. Moira's actually a really good character. She's just, you know, someone you want to slug in the face. Death's Embrace. Those bandits who used to raid caravans bound for Tailfeather? No one's seen hide nor hair of them recently. Why do you ask? Cool dons, huh? Maybe they went back to warmer climes. Never understood Southrons myself. Queer folk prone to inexplicable and irrational behavior. Like those buffoons who attempted to see the Protector. Apparently they snuck aboard the airship ferrying supplies to Camp Cloudtop. Of course the Knights drove them off. Last I heard, they fled into the wild screaming, "Thalls, balls, and Swivin Horsons," and all that. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? It's time to take over the world. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. And copy wrong. Okay, I have to pick one favorite dwarf. God, that's really, really hard. But I think I'm gonna go with Braun. Braun Bronzebeard is just kind of awesome. In every way. He is such a cool character, and he's got his head on straight, and he's enjoyable, and he's fleshed out, and he's funny, and he's fun, but he knows when to be serious, and he makes Indiana Jones Jr. Literally. So where do these random bandits go? Yeah, okay. Let's go hunt down the random bandits. How do they do that? Like, yeah, Braun is awesome. And that's before he starts talking with keepers. How am I enjoying FF14 so far? Of course, Savacom has since left because she hates me. I am enjoying myself. I will admit ARR was just a slog to get through, but today will prove or disprove how much of that was ARR and how much of that is FF14. We'll see how long all this stuff takes. So, these are desperate, dangerous men. Advance with caution. Wait for reinforcements if necessary. Let's go! You, random boy, stick with the death machine over there, so that you don't die. Yes, sir. Colin Blue says, what's your favorite non-science fiction TV show? So, I'm not sure I could think of a non-science fiction TV show off the top of my head. Like, I'm sure there's one that I like. Let's see. There you go. My Little Pony. Perfect. Or Breaking Bad. Although I like MLP more than Breaking Bad, if I'm being honest. Game of Thrones. I don't like Game of Thrones. A little bit too much for me. Futurama is a science fiction show. It's kind of there in the name. I didn't care for House. A friend of mine loved it, so I watched a bit of it. But yeah, as I'm thinking about it, most of the shows I've watched that are not sci-fi are comedy shows. You know, a bit of Fry and Laurie, or Blackadder. Well fought. Their leader was surely the toughest of the lot. Lady Linnea will be pleased of our success. Let's go. I also haven't seen Better Call Saul at all, even though I've watched all of Breaking Bad at this point. Hey, I got you some gauntlets. Oh my god, we're giving him the armor. How would a member of Death's Embrace be carrying these gauntlets? This is weird and strange and unusual. I sure hope all these things we're murdering aren't for some elaborate plan. This is... He himself just said this is too elaborate. Yeah, no, I'm with you. This is ridiculous. Can you imagine the amount of time and effort and work that would go into planning all this crap out? Which is what's happening, by the way. Anyways. Am I familiar with the Neverwinter cash shop monetization model? So, no? I've actually played Neverwinter. In fact, it is in my middle tier of MMOs. Ones that Pax and I do intend to finish at some point in time. We just haven't gotten around to... Oh, this is back in Falcon's Nest. But I have no idea what the in-game store is, because honestly, the last time I played it, I didn't care about that sort of thing. The only reason I know about STOs is because it's something that's come up, you know, in terms of discussion. I'm assuming it's the same as STOs, though. Before we cornered the leader, we came across their camp. It was plain to see they'd fallen on hard times, hence why they resorted to common banditry to survive. But isn't it simply strange when you think about it? I mean, if they had Oathkeeper, why not sell it? Surely someone would have been willing to pay for it. I'm beginning to wonder if he succeeded in reclaiming the sword, or if Death's Embrace ever had it at all. By the Fury, what to make of these pieces of armor? I should just randomly put them on. Yep. We see where this is going. Oh, God. I mean, STO's in-game store is bad. Like, 2 or 3 negative bad. One of my favorite things about STO's in-game store, check this out. So there is a completely separate chat channel in STO. Hey, Clemency, an actual ability. There's a... It's not a useful ability. Oh, whoops. But it is an ability. Oh my god, 100 Eyes has been wounded. No. So in STO, there's a chat channel, like you see over here in the lower left. And it's... I'm trying to think how to explain it. It's like... It's a chat channel that every time anyone, anywhere, in the entire game, because remember, there's no servers in STO, it's all one server. Everyone gets this chat channel by default. And anytime anyone opens up a lockbox and gets something cool from it, like a ship or a unique item or whatever, a little message pops up saying, Reximus has gotten the Excelsior Miracle Worker ship. Jesus Christ, Ina Michelle. By the way, this goes off constantly because it's everyone in the entire game. Now, those pop-ups suck, and they are very spammy because of the frequency. Now, here's the thing. So, STO actually does something cool with its new ships that they add to the store, and I mean that sincerely. What they will usually do is, I know that von Falkenstein, Jesus Christ, dude. Okay, fine. I'll name a specific ship. The Dominion Dreadnought, which you can only get from a lockbox. Oh, actually, no, that's a low-buy ship, isn't it? The Bug. The old Tier 5 Bug. There. Anyways. So this pop-up thing, it's just spam. 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 Like, it goes by very quickly, right? And, the option to disable it is more buried than it should be. It's just an irritation. It's just there to... Okay, that was weird. I lost control of my mouse for a few seconds there. Like, it was doing that thing where it was sticking on the left side of the monitor and I couldn't move it away from there. I've actually had that happen before. It's working now. I can have my mouse back. Real quick, STO does one thing that's cool other than that. So you find the option, you bury it, you get rid of it. It's gone, cool. What they'll do is, let's say that they've come up with a new, let's try to use an FF14 equivalent. They've come up with a new class. It's called, I want to give that away. It's called the Mystic Knight. And what they'll do is you'll have a mission, a quest. And remember, quests in STO are big, like 40 to 50 minute endeavors, right? What we call a quest in STO is more like a quest arc in most other MMOs. And so you get this whole quest, and during that, you'll either be fighting enemies, or you yourself will temporarily get that ship. And you get to try it out for a bit, or see it in action. And that's how they advertise. That's how they give you the peak of the kind of ships you can buy. Is, hey, check it out. Here's this new, Mystic Knight. Cool stuff. And they do this consistently. They've done this for a few years. And believe it or not, I'm actually in favor of that. That's a form of advertising and marketing that I'm fine with. because it is a good way to kind of preview them and see whether or not you want them or don't. And it's a neat way to actually tie it into the story, because usually they add ships that are relevant to the current story arc. I will do what I can to ease his suffering. Wolves. Reckon I earned it. Time to settle one last account. Go to the grave, dig it up, take what you find to the boy. Won't make up for what I did to my sworn brothers, but perhaps it'll go away to redressing the balance. Of course, what we've done to the boy isn't defensible. And yeah, I also have a lifetime sub to STO, and I don't regret that. And, yeah, no, I've never regretted that. That has been an extraordinarily useful thing. That's how I got my Dominion carrier I was just referencing. By the way, the Dominion and the Cardassian ships that they added back in the Gamma Quadrant expansion are really cool. Like, they're not OP, they're just cool. Yeah, actually, Micromono. That was a while ago, but that is still true, even back then. They've been doing this for a long time. Since before the Romulan expansion, at the very latest. So Gum Gum asks, what will be your lightsaber color? Silver. And lightsaber combat style. I don't remember any of them. But I would be Ultra Death. I'd probably be Juggernaut, if I'm being honest. That's kind of how I lean in real life, a little bit. That's not true. That's how I would... So, let me phrase that a little bit better. That's probably how I would lean now, because my left leg isn't the same as it used to be. Back when I used to sword fight regularly was before I got run over by a car. And I've talked about this before. Back in the day, I used to be very mobile in terms of my footwork for both boxing and for sword fighting. If some of you may remember this, because I talked about this during the Witcher 3 run. A lot of the... trying to get nice long range and sweeping movements was very much how I would do it. That was my style. And I bring that up because I obviously can't do that anymore because of my leg. But that would have been my style back in the day. By the way, if you ever wonder why I prefer reach in video games, that's why. How can this be? Why would 100 Eyes lie to us? That bastard! I will have answers. I'll have answers from them both. I'll kill them all. No, you're supposed to be a paladin, not a warrior. Okay, whatever. So, if my leg was working again, it would be swah, swah, swah. And nowadays, it'd probably just be bonk, I always wanted to learn spear, believe it or not. I actually worked with a bow for a while, which was really fun. But unfortunately, that was all in my own time because my teacher didn't know anything about it. But he had one handy, and I would practice with it on my spare time. Loved it. Sorry, B-O, a bow staff, to be very clear about that. We're too late. You've grown worried that it has come to this. I'm sorry, there was nothing more to be done. Yes, Loner, thank you. I never remember the numbers, but yes, you're absolutely right. Vader or Windu. Oh yeah, by the way, if anybody wants to get a lifetime sub to STO, not that I want to plug it, but every year they put it on sale for the anniversary. They chop $100 off the price, so it's $200 instead of $300. And it is the anniversary right now. So if you want to get a lifetime sub for STO during the anniversary, now is the time to do it. If you're wondering what you get from an anniversary, you get a bunch of crap that doesn't matter and a bunch of crap that nobody cares about, and you get an allowance of in-game currency every month. I forget the amount, but it's a decent chunk. And it adds up over time. That's the main reason why I did it. That and I wanted to support the game. Because I like STO, despite everything. But, yeah, like I said, that's how I afforded my Dominion carrier. I just let that sit there for a few months until I could buy something I actually want. This is way out here. Anyways, Gum Gum says, what's your favorite species in sci-fi? Obviously, I can't pick one of my own species. That's against the rules. So if I had to pick a species from existing sci-fi... That's a cool looking ship. no pun intended. No, Colin Peluso. It's nice that they did that, though. My comrade wishes to explain himself. Oh yeah, by the way, he wasn't dead. Lorshock! This is such a dumb plotline. I had my reasons, as you'll soon learn. That's a rather odd way of apologizing. I suggest you try again. I'm sorry for deceiving you. Faking your death, constructing an elaborate scenario for me to find your armor? I'm astonished as I am offended. How could you have possibly orchestrated everything so perfectly? It doesn't matter how I did it. Yeah, they literally don't explain it. What matters is why I did it. Oathkeeper is but a sword. True oaths are not forged in steel, they are sworn in the heart. To reclaim the sword will not suffice. It must be won by a worthy paladin. Only then will our order be restored to its former glory. Why not simply teach me the ways as you said you would? A sultan may move a man, a master may instruct a pupil, but only the pupil can become a paladin. That said, I did not account for Lord's intervention. Master Papashan, as we discussed. This stupid friggin' quest. And yeah, after this, they actually give up on the Paladin arc completely. There's Paladin quests after this, but they have nothing to do with these frickin' Paladins. I shouldn't say nothing to do with it, but I mean, it's just... Luke, no question, Gumgum. Luke, at the height of his strength, would crush Mace Windu. Yay. You're a Paladin, Harry. Yes, EU Luke, sorry. It feels weird to clarify that, but yes, I am referring to the only Luke that matters. I'm trying to think of a sci-fi species I really like. Savacom, what's your favorite sci-fi species? Bonus question, what's your second favorite? We grow and blah, 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 blah. Paladins magnify each other's power because that's how the interlocking thing works, and this is actually kind of a cool idea, but they don't really do anything with it. Yep. I'm just this. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. We're paladins. What madness is it? We must face each other in battle. I will not renounce my oath. I'll become the paladin I was destined to be. If we must fight, so be it. Dude, kid, I'm gonna wreck you. Okay, time for some Shrekking. Oh, by the way, I know I'm doing these on very easy, so let me just give this away. I stomped this fight back when I did this at level, where there was no very easy mode. By the way, someone asked, why is EU Luke so powerful? It's actually really easy to answer that question. Because it really all boils down to a single thing. And it's probably not what you're thinking of. And he's dead. EU Luke is adaptable. That is his greatest strength. EU Luke is capable of operating and being good and strong and capable without the Force. EU Luke is capable of working through a situation when he has very little or no tools on hand. That's EU Luke. That's why I put him so high tier. I'm not even gonna read any of this out loud at this point. This is so stupid. Yeah, so I suppose I should talk about this. This is a pseudo-lore run. The souls of the paladins have their own mind and thing, and that's why they force paladins to fight each other, because it's dumb. And so paladins must fight each other because the souls force them to. Otherwise, the souls won't be in balance. Sorry, what? Toxic lore took over for a second there. What'd I say? Last Jedi sucks! Oh god. He's there. He's back. He's back. Sorry. Hang on. We're okay. We're okay. Okay. Now this fight was also easy back in the day. Boring, but it's still easy. We're done. So I'm legitimately thinking of two negatives to story for the story arc. In addition to being the greatest sin any story could commit, it's boring. It is actually nonsensical and goes out of its way to not explain itself and not be self-consistent. Compare and contrast this to, I know this is low-hanging fruit, the Dark Knight story arc, which does the exact opposite of all three of those things. Yeah, and they just completely gloss over the fact that this guy has been framing people for murder. His murder. While giving them armor. And then giving hints so we can hunt them down and kill them. Just, you know what? This is what I have to say about this. I mean, yeah, this is the Dark Brotherhood of Paladins. It's just So yeah, okay. So let's jot these down. So I know how Paladin plays at 60. I've done a lot of it. Paladin is still suck at 60. It is barely better, and I do mean barely. Just checking something really quick in my notes here. Yep, that's what I thought. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, no, Paladin is just, yeah. It's like they couldn't think of anything cool to do with the Paladin. I mean, I'm not even gonna go with the Warcraft example there. Let's look at some other examples of games that have made Paladins interesting, shall we? Can we come up with any? God. You're right, Omega Legion. So yeah, there's actually an ability. I was using it. You may or may not have noticed. I was using it during the Alexander fights on Dark Knight. That specifically reduces magic damage. I don't. Does Paladin ever get a magic damage reducer? I actually don't. I'm not sure about that. That doesn't really count. No. Got up here. I guess... Yeah, I guess Sheltron is it. Yeah. Oh, man. Next time we cross blades, I mean to win. We never see him again. So there's our story negatives. And we gain a fourth part of a combo. We have just reached the heady heights of Dragoon at 50. God. So we're going to jump into another story arc I don't particularly remember fondly. Warrior. Let's just get this crap over with. Switch over to war. So let's jump here, first of all. You know what? I don't even care to change my transmog. Screw it. I don't really have a particularly big investment in my warrior transmog, because I'm not super happy with it. I've never found a warrior armor I really like. Ah! It's this song! No! Run! Run! So, do we remember what the 1 through 50, sorry, 30 through 50? Can someone tell me the 30 through 50 warrior arc, just really quick in like one sentence? Lore, I scarcely recognized you. The flames of battle have tempered you like fine steel. I have resolved to start upon the path of the warrior anew. I swore I would not succumb to the beast again. Speaking of which, Broken Mountain has regained his strength. He returns to his studies. Nevertheless, he desires to spread the teachings of our ancestor to every corner of Eorzea. And you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just received a letter from Broken Mountain stating he's uncovered ancient martial techniques. We should go see what he has to say. Oh, okay. So I see some meme answers, but the actual answer I was hoping for was, ah, rage, I have given in to my rage. Oh, I've been knocked out of my rage. There you go. So let's see what the story arc for 50 to 60 is, shall we? No, it's literally the answer. The Warrior Quest arc was, we must fight our rage. Oh, I've given into my rage. And then we beat the rage out of him. That's actually what happened. I remember you, Lore, the soul warrior, to tame his inner beast. I shudder to think of what might have happened had you not been there to save us from ourselves. You know of the precipitous nature of the forces we wield, as well as the consequences of losing control for even a moment. The beast does not scruple to discriminate between friend or foe, and if given free rein will lash out at both. I have pored over countless tomes in search of knowledge on how to tame the beast within, but my efforts have proven fruitless. All I found are ridiculous tales of techniques that, if the author was believed, would make Rhalgr himself cower in fear. The elders told tales of legendary warriors to inspire the youths. Are you sure there's no truth in this? Quite! There are descriptions of techniques used by the hero Mithril Heart, which I actually have that title. But the details are difficult to swallow. No warrior can rip off a behemoth's arm with his bare hands. The tales are filled with similar outrageous accounts. It would be a waste of time. Besides, you know as well as I that Mithril Heart is not more than a fairy tale. What if I could prove Mithril Heart was flesh and blood? Would you be willing to continue your studies? Never did he stray from the path of the warrior, even as years took their toll, axe in hand. To Silver Tear Falls he would go, never to return, which means there's probably something there to prove it. Keep your axe sheathed, Gorge. You better serve time by swinging your axe at practice dummies than searching for ghosts. It's just the Rogadin Club here. Well met, Lore. My thanks for ensuring my old friend here lives to learn from his mistakes, although it seems the lesson didn't stick. He's been kind enough to help my brother keep busy with work and assist me during my recovery. Anything to keep a former comrade out of trouble. As for these stories, far-fetched though they may seem, I would not be so quick to dismiss them, lest we forget Lore has done more than that. Well, if by chance he found proof of Mithril Heart's existence, I would consider it, but leave my brother out of it. Seems kind of mean, but okay. I may not be ready to accompany you, but I can give you advice on where to start. Go speak with the Sons of Saint Gwenog. Okay. Still can't think of a favorite species in sci-fi. I guess I'm just going to default to the easy answer. I'm going to say the Borg. Because they're the Borg. And I know that's cheating because they're not actually a species. But I don't know. I can't think of a species off the top of my head. I'm just failing at that. So, I give up. Wait, I've got it. The Chiss, because they're cool. No, the Chiss actually kind of suck. I mean, don't mistake me. They're a well-designed species, but God, they suck. Like, when you really start to dig into their culture and their history, they're just, ugh. Imagine Drow, but horrible. Yes, that's the whole idea, Alpha Squid. It's essentially for questions that are off-topic, so we can fill the, the low hours, the time when nothing's really happening with something. People used to just ask those questions all willy-nilly, and then obviously they'd get lost in the kerfuffle, especially if they asked them like during a cutscene or during a discussion. And so it'd be like, well, and that question's gone. You know what? I'm going to go with Turians. Let's go with Turians. Turians are cool. I like Turians. They're terrifying, horrifying, awful, and I would absolutely hate to live amongst them. But they're cool from a distant perspective. Like, they're a cool species to read about or play a game about or whatever, right? Now, if we're talking about a species I'd want to live amongst, that's actually a lot trickier. And a different question. I missed that one. Oh yeah, no, the Turians are actually great for the structure of Mass Effect. I agree with that. Like, the Asari are neat and all, but the Turians are honestly why the Citadel space even functions. So, okay. Who wins in a fight, Darth Nox or the Emperor's Wrath? Oh, jeez, I don't know. I'd probably give that to the Emperor's Wrath because he doesn't need Force Ghosts. She, in my case. So I found this axe. The axe. Oh my god. This proves the Mithril Heart is more than a mere campfire story. If Mithril Heart's feats are possible, the knowledge of how he performed them would be invaluable in restoring the warrior reputation. Nothing will fix warriors' reputation. Warriors will always be burned. Very well. I will scour the things. The ancient techniques will rouse the inner beast, because it's all about rage. Rawr. Listen, no judgment for anyone who wants to have sex with an Asari. I mean, you know, Zaydenra wanted to have sex with an Asari. I don't judge her for that. I have tell you not neglected your training in the last 3 seconds since we talked. Okay, are we going back to Mordona? We're going back to... No, we're going up here now. That's even worse. Spellcleave! Yeah, we're kind of getting the boring stories out of the way. I'm sure you've noticed that. Although I don't know all the boring stories, because I haven't done all the Heavensward quests. Class quests, I should clarify. Anyways, so while we're en route here, what do we got here? Who would win an... Oh, I already answered that. How would you make FF14 Paladin story interesting? Oh, that's a tough one. Because there's so many directions you can go with that, that's what we call blank paper problem. Blank sheet of paper problem. It's like, well, where do you want to go with that? So, the first thing I would do, and I mean this, is I would try to divorce it from the Sultan Sworn as much and as hard as possible. I get where they were going with that, but I really feel like that chain to the royal bodyguards really limits the storytelling potential. Take the 12, you made it. Check it out. He's given in to his rage! No! I wasn't joking earlier. I will defeat your inner rage. I will literally defeat your inner rage. Die, monsters. I'm sorry, Inamisho. I will try to not mention it anymore. What has he become? No promises. Yay, we did it. We beat his rage out of him, because that's how that works, right? When you're in pain, you get less angry. I've heard that before, Loner, which I absolutely disagree with, by the way. Thank the gods you're awake. When the final blow landed, you and my brother both collapsed. What's happened? Do you remember anything? Rage! Rage! Oh. Your inner beast lashed out as if trying to escape. I see. The lingering numbness is your body recovering from the shock. Otherwise, you are unarmed. I owe you an apology. I lost control. Again. As I suspected, my brother lacks the strength to control his inner beast. As you may have guessed, I called you both here to see if my fears were unfounded. I do not wish to give you cause to worry, brother, but when the beast stirs, my mind grows clouded, my will falters. Perhaps I remained silent to avoid facing the bitter truth. Who would trust a protector who could turn on them at any moment? It pains me to do this, but I cannot allow you to accompany Lore any longer. The risk is too great to you both. Damn it, Lore, you've grown so much stronger. I've hardly grown at all. It's my stupid helmet, isn't it? I knew it. Yeah, that's the one, Loner. On, Evil Corporate Planet, I can't think of the name of. What I've always thought it was a slightly more nuanced take on the same idea. That we look at Asari, that each species looks at Asari, and they see something in the appearance of the Asari that they themselves find attractive, right? In other words, the idea that Asari aren't, you know, metamagically metamorphing or whatever, but instead it's just like they are, by design, attractive to every species. It's just each species is attracted to a different part of the Asari. Sounds like... That's how I always took that. My brother's been in a dour mood ever since we returned from the Weeping Saint. Oh, it's only natural given his lack of progress, and it may be for the best. The teachings of our people are too dangerous. Yep. I will tell you of this great power of rage. 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 Rage? Rage! Well met. Your trials have progressed. However, your progress is remarkable. My brother still fears the fury of his inner beast. Even in the training art, he swings his axe with hesitation. Seeking to test himself against live foes, he has joined the Maelstrom, fighting the kobolds. What? Okay. I shall go test myself. As the warriors before me did. Yes, rage quit. I'm still debating what I would do with the Paladin story arc. Anybody else want to jump in on that? Like, where would you want to take the Paladins, narratively? I have probably rage quit things before, but I suppose that depends on how you define rage quit. Which, I know sounds like a weird thing, but... Like, let's say I'm playing Mummy Demastered, which is a crap game, and I reach a point where I decide that the game is no longer worth my time, which I did. Does that count as rage quitting? Like, it's a crap game. I quit the game because it was crap. When I think of rage quitting, I think of, you know, getting so angry at a game that you refuse to play it anymore. That you throw your controller, or you get up, and you just walk away, or whatever, right? So you see why I'm like, But if you rage quit life, one of the reasons that the most common form of suicide in the United States is the gun is because that's exactly what happens. A lot of people, in my opinion, commit suicide not because they really want to die, but because in a moment of anger, they do something they regret. And a gun offers no recourse for that. You shoot yourself, you're dead. Now, yes, I know, there's ways to survive a gunshot, but you get my point. It's one of the reasons why you tend to hear about suicide attempts for other methods that do not involve a gun. So, rage quitting life is not a joke. That's actually something that happens. I've never thrown a controller. I have done this, although, as I've actually explained before, that's actually specifically a venting mechanism. I do that so that I don't do anything actual. Like, it's... So, you know, I'm not going to do it right now, but you know when I kind of smash down on the keyboard? The reason I do that is because it's nice and loud and satisfying, if that makes any sense. But it's not actually... I'm not actually hitting it that hard. I'm hitting it, like, that hard, right? It's hardly hitting it at all. I am much stronger than that, and I would actually snap this keyboard in half if I actually went down full strength onto it. The reason I do that is as a venting thing. It's like a shock moment, if that makes any kind of sense. I do that so that I don't break anything. Yeah, I was gonna say, I imagine several of you have something semi-similar, right? Where it's just, ugh. I do that too. I hit these, I just, gosh darn it. And again, not full strength, because that's not the goal. But as far as actual rage quitting, even so, obviously I've never broken anything as far as breaking keyboards or breaking controllers, like throwing a controller. Never done that. So I'm going to admit that I did almost rage quit something once, and this is a super embarrassing story. So I don't even want to share it with you, but whatever, you can make fun of me. After this quest. Welcome back. We killed the big bear. That was terrifying. The kobolds have been... Yep, the kobolds... He just straight up made a Star Wars reference with the kobolds. They'll be back, and in greater numbers. Curious Gorge has acted in high spirits since her return, but his bravado scarcely hides the truth. The opposite... He was shaken during the battle, as if afraid the tide would turn at a moment's notice. But it was not fear of the kobolds, he fears his own inner beast. The kobolds go bolder. The Maelstrom is seeking ways to supplement its flagging troops. They're considering bolstering fighting strength by... They're considering bolstering their military by training them in the warrior's abilities. Once again, we're left wanting with the means to tame the inner beast. Lore! What did you learn? I killed a bear. Does that count? Lore, your growth as a warrior has given us valuable insight to the true nature of the inner beast. However, there's still much that remains shrouded in mystery. What sets apart Lore from your brother? Everything? Everything, I think, is the answer to that question. So, we get the next quest. Hey, Felcleave! Woo! Felcleave, which is that one. Yay. Cool. 2 more. Lore. Yes. Lore! Limsa Limenza needs your aid. The kobolds, the relentless kobolds, are attacking us. The relentless Sahagin are attacking us. But... you... Okay. So, a really embarrassing story. This is back in, I want to say, 95 or so. It's my birthday party. My friends are there. My mom's there. And I had actually spent a fairly large, extensive amount of time building the perfect deck to play with my friends. And we actually planned this. We were going to do a little mini tournament while we were there, right? Not Magic the Gathering. It was actually the Star Trek CCG, for those of you who even remember that that was a thing. By the way, fun fact, the first CCG I ever played was the Star Trek one. Okay. Are they... Yep. Okay, attack them before they attack us. Got it. So you're the one? He said much of your prowess. I look forward to seeing you in the fray. Yeah, okay. No, my mother was actually really against MTG. Can you guess why? Anyway, so... so there we are. And I pull out my super deck, right? And it was a deck designed entirely around being Borg-themed. The whole thing was completely a full Borg deck, right? And I was really happy with it, really proud with it. And I was ready to get the combos out, and everything was cool. And then I discovered that I read the card wrong. Now, I should clarify. When I say read the card wrong, what I mean is the entire deck wouldn't work. The whole combo wouldn't work. And I don't like being wrong now, when I'm 40. I didn't like being wrong back then either. And I was a lot less, you know, subtle about it back then. So I came very close to rage quitting. I was so mad. I was so angry. At myself, obviously. It's just, I didn't have the emotional maturity to express that, how I was pissed at me. Instead, I just started doing like, blah, blah, and this is all horrible and awful and blah, blah, blah. And my friend, my friends, but one in particular, was just like, look, dude, why don't you just go ahead and try this and this and this instead? We could just play some games, and it doesn't really matter, and it's not... Because, again, the whole point wasn't that I was mad... I'm sure you understand this. The whole point wasn't that I was mad that my deck wouldn't work, or that I would lose, or whatever. That didn't matter. What matters was I was an idiot. I screwed up. That's what had me so pissed off. That's what bothered me so much. I made a stupid, simple, dumb mistake that I should have seen coming days prior when I'd been setting up that deck. You know? Now, the reason I say this was a almost rage quit was because they did talk me out of it, and we ended up just playing anyways, and, you know, I actually... So what happened is he and one of my other friends started playing, and I basically threw together a deck on the fly so I could join in. But that is... And you're probably wondering, why is this so embarrassing? I was just such a prat. I was such a prat, and my friends had to talk me down for being a prat, and that is embarrassing as crap to admit that. I should have smacked myself. Smack! Reach back in time. Smack! So there's a fearsome beast, which we must defeat. Aren't we here to fight the Sahagin? And okay, whatever. You know, I was literally about to say, why is there no music here? And then I remember we're back in air art land, so... Oh, no! I'm just gonna do that again. Yeah, past me is like, what was that? Don't worry about it. Like I said, I didn't actually rage quit, but I came damn close. You know how it is, right? That was 1995. How long ago was that now? I'll just give it away. 27 years. I remember that so distinctly. And I know I'm not the only one who has that problem. Where you just remember the mistakes you made and the embarrassing moments in your life from 20 plus years ago. By the way, I'm sorry I'm not really talking about it, but you notice we're actually losing a troop each time we move forwards. Because they're so damaged by the fighting we're doing. Oh no, now we're about to lose even the captain. That button there. On your feet. No place to die. Oh, they're alive. Yay! We did it! one time when I was even younger, same place of living, I accidentally snapped a pencil in half. Now, this was no ordinary pencil. This was actually a gift from my grandmother. And by this point in my life, I already understood the concept of object permanence. Really? So I go down to my mother, sobbing, because the special pencil my grandmother got me was snapped in half. Now, I didn't know this at the time, but she was breaking up with her boyfriend at the time. And she comes over and says, "Oh, don't worry, it'll be okay. We'll get back, you know, we can still go on. We can still be friends." I was so mortified, I just kept my mouth shut. I was so embarrassed. I felt so... I feel... Let me use present tense here. I feel so stupid for having interrupted their breakup with my stupid pencil. Sorry, I should probably talk about the quest. This quest feels like an after-school special. That's why I'm not really commenting on it. So one of the things they actually just said is, after we went and fought the Sahagin, one of the guys says, "Oh my gosh, I thought an axe could only be used for killing, but you've proven to me that this can be something used for defense." And it's bad written. It's badly written dialogue. Like, here, let me show you the exact bit of dialogue here. You wielded it in your defense, and your will to protect us gave you strength to surpass the limits of your mind and body. 7 hells, I've been fighting all wrong. I've never seen a battle so fierce, a protector more stalwart. I would like to hear more of our skirmish from your eyes. Just... what is this dialogue? So anyways, this quest is probably getting a negative to story, because it's dull as dishwater and not particularly well written. And it's also about mastering your inner beast, which, if you remember, was what the 30 through 50 quest was about. That's a good friggin' question. Hey, it's Curious Gorge, who's, what is wrong with his skin? Is that just my game? His skin looks wrong there. Anyways, I've been ordered to rest here until the wounds I suffered heal. According to the unit's reports, the kobolds... Oh, is it because he got the sheen on? Yeah, he looks de-rendered. It's weird. Gorge valiantly threw himself on the detonation, shielding his allies from the worst of the blast. My brother is alive. But... the moment I saw the bomb, I knew I couldn't let my comrades come to harm. I leapt as if on instinct. I remember nothing after that. I knew it, Gigapudding! The rage has killed your internet! The Serpent Reavers almost overwhelmed the Maelstrom troops, but he remained undaunted in their defense. Yep, so we're starting to talk like we're almost a tank. Kind of. Meanwhile, the Paladin's an assassin who has to fight each other. Otherwise, the souls they carry will overwhelm them. I'm sensing a trend in these two quest chains. Brother, once your wounds have healed, we will fight to prove that you have mastered the inner beast. Because you were self-sacrificing once. I don't know about you, but that's how I master my inner beast, as I jump on a grenade. Can Jedi or Sith from the EU be considered planet busters? There's only 2, and honestly, one of them kind of works, and the other one super doesn't. So, that's my answer to that one. Ready your axe for the next battle, where we will prove that he has mastered his inner beast. Staggered music! Let's see, what else we got? Favorite Justice League animated series joke? I don't remember any. Wait, nope, I remember one! He doesn't wash his hands. 'Cause he's evil. It's the only one I remembered. What do you want from me? The Maelstrom is once again in need of your support, is it not? Pray tell me what's required. Very well, now that everyone's here, the scouts have reported increased activity from the Maelstrom will die horribly. It's a narrow passageway that we're fighting over, by the way. They just mentioned that twice. You must go and fight to learn that you have mastered your inner beast. If you haven't, that's why Lore's there. To beat the rage out of you. Let's see here. Have you ever... Oh, that already answered Sabacom's question there. What are you doing down here, Curious Gorge? I apologize for causing more. My brother's right. It's up to me. But I cower. You must slap me. Okay, slap. This is how we encourage him. I'm not kidding. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I've got another one. It's actually Batman, but obviously Batman is part of the DCAU. There's this one bit where, okay. There's this one little tidbit where, Bats is investigating some room, and a thug opens the door, looks over, sees Batman. Batman just looks at him. He's not glaring, he's not anything. Batman just looks at him. The thug pauses a moment, leaves the room, closes the door. Did you see anything? Nope. I didn't see nothing. Oh no, it's an ambush! I shouldn't make fun. I do enjoy Warrior gameplay-wise. I do. I mean, it's a life-draining tank. What is there not to like about that? It's the same reason I like Blood Death Knight. It's a tank that lives by healing itself, by hurting its enemies. There's just an innate enjoyability to that for me. I'm pretty sure it was not hazardous. He was just, like, poking around in a desk or something. I am willing to accept that I'm wrong. Or, I'll rage quit. Oh no. Curious Gorge's axe was like a whirlwind, strewing kobolds in every direction. His courage carried us through the battle unharmed. This really is an after-school special. Listen, USN Corp. I'm not saying I'm a lich vampire. So let's see, next question. The formatting's getting weird here. There we go. Zactef asks, James Raynor's actor, I can talk, did Mr. Fantastic in Ultimate Alliance 2. Do you think he's a good pick? No. I know that actor. He's a good actor. I would never pick that for Fantastic. Fantastic's a dick. He's literally a villain. That's not even an exaggeration or mockery. It's not like saying, oh yeah, Sora's a villain. No, Mr. Fantastic is a villainous person. He is brutally, horrifically evil. Holy crap. No, 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 no. Seems our victory was well earned. What of my brother? Was he able to fight without succumbing to inner fury? So even today's victory, he dreads that. So, okay, we gotta judge this, because this is the last quest. How bad do we think this is? Like, we do a little bit of fighting on the Maelstrom's behalf against the Sahaga and the Kobolds, which is yesterday's news. Yet, sure thing, Zactaf, whatever you say. Like, can someone help give me some laundry list of all the horrific things that Mr. Fantastic has done? Because he's done some horrific things. Yeah, no, it's actively a regression. You're absolutely right. It is just... This is why I was making fun of this during the ARR quests. It's just like, go back through this stuff, fight the same tribes again for no good reason. And it's all about losing yourself to the inner horribleness. Meanwhile, we're getting more abilities, which I don't remember which one's Equilibrium. Hell's Equilibrium. Oh, that's this button. Equilibrium is just straight up a heal, which is also a hot, by the way. Okay, the Sahagin march on us. We need 2 warriors present. Alright, Curious Gorge. This is it. We must defend people by mastering our inner rage. It's the same story beats. It is the exact same story beats as the ARR story. This is why I'm putting this after Paladin, because the story sucks. Yes, Equilibrium is exactly what Clemency wishes it was. I agree with that sentence. Like, I made fun of Clemency earlier. Clemency is situational. Equilibrium is just good. Equilibrium is just a great self-heal. You said 2 warriors. It's okay. The injuries from our fight with Titan remain, but I reckon the Sahagan's courage won't last for long. And we have 2 warriors. Oh, okay. Worry not, the Sahagan will rue the day they fought for him out. So far, well, we've only done 2 so far, Cullen Peluso. So which is worse, Paladin or this? Fate of Limsa Laminsa. I desire nothing more than to see. Yep, this is such a huge, massive attack. This is so terrifying that all of Limsa Laminsa will fall in this attack if we don't stop them. Okay, that's an exaggeration, but this is literally a territorial battle. Like, let's put this in strategy terms. You see this zone right here, Western Lonicea? They're going to lose Aleport, lose a town, in 4x terms, if we don't succeed at this battle. Sure. Yeah, you see why I'm torn on this. Which is worse, Warrior or Paladin? I'm actually torn on that. Sorry, Ross. I shouldn't laugh at that. Welcome to Costco. What are you getting? I'd like a Snickers, please. They pull out one of those parcels of Snickers that are like a cube of Snickers. Here you go. No, no, no. Oh, in general? Let me look at my own notes for Stormblood. And by Stormblood, I mean ARR. Wow, lore. Let's see here. This operation depends on the success of both gates. Both gates must be held by the warriors, or else we'll all die. Also, he's here for some reason. Yep, let's have the supreme commander of the military here, in addition to a warrior who can barely hold himself together, and, you know, us. And yeah, all of a sudden he uses an axe, which I'm not going to comment on. Okay, so let's see here. I'm torn between Gladiator, yes, really, Rogue, Pugilist, and Dragoon. Looks like the 3 that I rated the highest. And I stand by that with memory, so I'm with it. This is it. The fate of this city depends on our extremely easy victory here. Gum Gum says, who would win a drinking game? Krogan, Wookiee, or a Klingon? Probably the Krogan. Valiant Protectors. Speech! Pose! Nod. Fist bump. Nod. Extremely cool looking axe. Yeah, I was gonna say, Klingons have redundant organs, but not like that. And Klingons can and do get drunk. suppose I could actually play a little bit. Just a bit. Let's hit this ability and then this ability. Go down here. Nope, okay. Yeah, exactly. I was just like, yeah, no. Look, it's not my fault. Okay, it's totally my fault. Never mind. I take it back. I do enjoy playing Warrior. I do. We talk a lot about viscerality. Warrior has good viscerality. Paladin doesn't at this level. No! Curious Gorge! No! No! He's given in to his inner rage. Wait! Wait! Nope, nope. Heartburn. We're cool. Yep, and he did it. For the second time, if you're paying attention, because he did it in ARR too. Oh no, it's... Carla Bloss? You did it. You gave up on cocaine. I mean, the inner rage. You see why I call this the after-school special quest? It really is built like an anti-drugs message. I know I haven't been reading out all the dialogue, but please trust me, this is designed to be like, have you been giving in to your inner rage? Giving in to your inner rage seems like it's cool, but really, think about all the consequences of giving in to your inner rage. And I'm just sitting here like, what the... What? Give hugs, not inner rage. What? Like, even that moment we just saw, he did it! He mastered his inner rage! He did it! Yeah! It's amazing. When someone offers you a dose of inner rage, just say no. Winners don't fell cleave. Wait. Oh yeah, by the way, this is fell cleave. It looks like that. I think if nothing else, Warrior, which I have played at 60 enough, is going to get a positive, not only for the same reason it did at 50, but because it is honestly even cooler at 60. Like, we don't get much in the way of abilities, but we get a few, and they're fun. Like that. Yeah, I talk so much about viscerality, and yeah, Warrior at 60, Warrior at higher level has even more, but Warrior at 60, like, Warrior gets this ability. Oh, I can't use it. Hang on. This guy gets to die to demonstrate this. So this is just a punch. But look at that. Just bam. I love it. Anyways. It's just a... We just punch him. We put away... We go away from our axe for just a second. Just to slug him. Anyways. Warriors of Light. Curious Gorge. The battle's won. You know, I learned something today. I learned that I can actually have my inner rage without actually letting it overtake me and forcing me to kill my friends. Yeah. And sometimes, we just need to accept that that's who we are. How many negatives are we thinking? Real talk, because this is it. This is the end. Dear Princess Celestia, I didn't learn a thing! Yeah, I was originally thinking one, but the more I go into this, the more I really pay attention to this dialogue. I really think this is actively bad dialogue. And just... what is this nonsense? Yeah, that's right, warrior. You need to start training harder, too. It even ends on a freaking wah-wah. It ends on a wah-wah, for God's sakes. Paladin got 2. Maybe we need to retroactively give Paladin 3. I don't know. What are we thinking here? This is because this is just bad. I am leaning towards 2. This is not good. Yep. I agree, I think I'm kind of leaning towards the idea of giving a 3rd negative to Paladin. Thoughts? Like, I usually hesitate to give that critical, mythical 3rd positive or negative, but honestly, the more I think about it, Paladin was so bad I literally skipped a cutscene. What do you think? Real talk, real talk. Because, yeah, Warrior's absolutely 2 negatives. No question. Okay, what's another dumb Evansford quest? We could also give 2 to both. Listen, US and Corp, I have to kill Paladin. It's like a need. A want. Let's do... I'm not sure which one I want to do, actually. There's Blue Mage quests? I suppose that's fair, Inamisho. A negative is a broad gradient, as weird as that may sound. Screw it. Let's just do White Mage. Let's just go down the list. So I've never done this quest, and you're probably thinking that, Laura, you have it unlocked. How have you never done this quest? Yeah, I paid for White Mage for the sake of the run. And Bard, and Monk, and Warrior. I believe is the quartet. I was literally running out of time, and Valerian offered to pay for several of these things. And one of the downsides of the skip potion is it just unlocks all the quests as if you already did them. This is why, for example, Black Mage doesn't have abilities, whereas in my White Mage, I do have all my abilities. It's because I paid for White Mage. Okay, so where am I going to? And you know what? If you want to shame me for that, I'm not going to argue it. But, fine. You know, there's a reason I think it's too slow to level in this game, and that's all I'm going to say about that. Anyways. So let's see what White Mage is all about, because I've never done this quest. In fact, I've never done most of these. In fact, actually, let's take a moment here. I think... Oh, let me see it. I know I did Machinist. I know I did Astrologian. I did all the Astrologian quests. I know I did Dark Knight. And Red Mage, Dancer, and Gunbreaker. And I believe those are the quests I've actually done. So a huge number of the class quests we're going to be doing, I've been deliberately saving for the stream. So a lot of this is going to be new to me. Speaking of which... Roar! You could not have come at a better time. We have dire need of your aid. No time to explain. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that there are going to be people who are going to be like, oh my god, you're terrible for boosting. Congrats, Zactef. Zactef doesn't ask a question, but says he owns all the movies. Those Resident Evil movies. Offshore Twitch account says, how would you make Mr. Fantastic more heroic or likable? Well, the first thing you do is you make him a goddamn hero and not a villain. I mean, he's a straight-up mad scientist. The only reason Doctor Doom is occasionally more evil, and I am not making this up, is the writers have come up with things for Doom to do to make him seem more evil in contrast to Mr. Fantastic. Again, not making that up. Let's not even talk about the time when Doom became a deity in order to protect the universe from Mr. Fantastic. Unchanged from before, I'm afraid. He repeats the same words over and over. Then it falls to us to glean their meaning. Very well. Lore, you'll recall the time we performed the quieting. Yep, that was the error quest. The taint floodeth the forest, its beating heart to befoul. After some inquiries and research, we were able to learn that the Great One has spoken these words before, during the time of Atoa Cant. Immediately, we were made to wonder, when Master Atoa embarked on his journey of healing, could his purpose have been to protect the forest from the taint of which the Great One now warns? There are records that exist in the keeping of this foremass student, in Gomero, so we have prepared a missive that you might go get it. The man is said to have taken up residence at the Fallguard Float. Okay. While you're there, I shall stay here. My thanks in advance. Yeah, sure thing. By the way, what's really sad is I was spending the extremely arduous amount of time leveling every single class to 80 until, as a random conversation, in a random convo, I mentioned how much I wished I could boost to 80 just to skip some of these. And someone said, you can! And I was like, what? I wasn't aware of that. I thought the boost was like limited to 60 or 70 or something like that. And then all of a sudden it was just like, oh, huh. And then I did a little time mathing, and so I leveled several of the classes manually, and then, like I said, I boosted the 4 I just mentioned. That's actually where this gear comes from, all the Crypt Lurker gear. Yeah, exactly. It's current minus 10, which I didn't know, because I'm an idiot. What's funny, by the way, is if you're paying attention, you noticed that I don't have my abilities on Black Mage, which means I didn't boost Black Mage, which means I leveled Black Mage without abilities to 80. So if you're wondering, one of the reasons I have such a negative opinion of that class, wonder no more. God, it's dark here. Look at this. Oh no! Whoops, wrong bar. Oh yeah, by the way, check this out. So I've been leveling White Mage, you can see I'm up to 87 now. I got a new Holy 3. Check this out, this looks so cool. I love Holy 3. Thank you so much. So focused was I on tending the tomb, I failed to notice the fiends approaching me. What? You're searching for the granddaughter of Master Atoa's former student? Then you look no further. 'Tis me. Also, Glare 3 looks really cool. Here, I'll show it off really quick. That poor bat is about to couple long! Look at that! Look at that! It actually looks like holy magic, too, which, you know me, I'm big on viscerality, and I talked earlier about how I would use certain spells. Like when we were reviewing the Final Fantasies, I would talk about how some of the spells look cool, and some of them I'd cast spells just because they look cool. White magic spells look pretty friggin' cool at high level. I wish I could show off Efflatus Misery, but like I don't think I can, so... Anyways. Know that I have taken on Grandfather's responsibilities. If it's within my power to help the Seed Seers, I will be happy to do so. Ooh. The taint threatens the 12's wood! Again, as the Seeds... By the way, third time, actually, if you're paying attention. As the Seed Seers have surmised, was to purge the taint that Master Atoa journeyed... If you're wondering, the first was Conjurer, 1 through 30, and then White Mage, 31 through 50, and here we are again with White Mage, 50 to 60. Anyways... I shall make my way to the Guardian Tree at once. I'm starting to wonder if maybe the 12's Woods isn't worth the investment. Is this just... Is this just... you know, maybe we should just think about moving? The thought. Let's see. What are the games you'll cover in the future you think might top Portal 2? Well, obviously Final Fantasy VI is a contester, as is Chrono Trigger. The game I'm playing will rate higher than Portal 2, guaranteed. So will WoW. Guaranteed. But elsewise, I'm not sure. Witcher 3 is probably a contester, even though its gameplay is not going to score that great. So I don't think it's actually going to be that high. I'm trying to think of games that would top that, because Portal 2 rated extraordinarily high, and for good reason. Anyways, we must clean Rax's date. Just for you, man. Alright. Master Otawa is no ordinary Pajal. We are duty-bound to remain in the forest. We cannot simply leave it. Exactly, offshore Twitch accounts. So they don't really count. Like, MMOs are a separate category. That's why I'm not even going to put them in the same sheet. Like, it's the same formula applies the same way, but an MMO is just such a different thing, right? If Portal 2 was a 7-week game, Portal 2, and maintained quality, Portal 2 would probably rate that high too. It's just, duh, right? You are not Pelagi, and hence not bound by the laws which bind us. Will you embark on this quest in our stead? With all due respect, I cannot believe what I'm hearing. You might entrust the fate of the forest to some random, unknown, nobody adventurer nobody's ever heard of before? Calm yourself. Hang on, let me grab my staff. Whack! Got it. I will save the forest. Yeah, it's a good way to put it, offshore Twitch account. I've already talked about this. I plan to count my full played time for the time for an MMO. And I was debating not doing that, but the thing is, a lot of the time spent off camera is part of the run. It's time spent leveling off camera, time spent understanding the raids and the dungeons, and all of this stuff I've been talking about, even in this game, which I haven't been showing because I can't, is part of that, right? And there's no perfect way to perfectly gauge how much time I've spent, you know, on the game and how much time I've spent running around Shatruth. But the fact remains, I've decided I'm going to go ahead and account for all of that as part of the length and breadth of the review. So it's going to get smeared out across, like, 1,000 hours. Whatever it equates out to. I did the math, but I don't remember right now. And yeah, remember, so I talked about how one of WoW's biggest flaws is it uses travel time as a time sink, as a form of padding. So a lot of the WoW time is literally just before I got a freaking flying mount. Even after I got a flying mount, there's no warping around, like there is in 14, so... And they call themselves Pajals. You wonder at my irritation, I shouldn't doubt. I suppose I ought to explain. You see, I was brought up on tales of Master Otoa's journeys. The sufferings he endured for the sake of the 12's Wood. Young though I was deeply touched by his courage and sacrifice, and to this day, his deeds remain close to my heart. That's why it irks me the Seedseers will not lift a finger to help the forest. But thankfully we have you. Wow, your tone changed. Apparently I'm being escorted by a Lancer, which actually makes sense. Think about it. Hey, I leveled. Let's do it. Come at a good time. I believe I found a clue. There's a passage, which tells of a time when the taint reached the forest via a subterranean water vein. Master Otoa traced it back to the source of Abulathia's spine and purged the corruption. So, though the danger to the 12's Wood has become so dire as to elicit emphatic warnings from the Great One, none of the Pelagis or hearers were aware of it. Then, consider the Great One's wording that taint shall flood the forest. I think it's being conducted via ether over water. So, let's go to Abulathia's spine. Okay. And yeah, exactly, Rax. Like, I did give 3 negatives to ARR's Relic, which I can only do because I've done it. Showing that off on camera is just not tenable. I mean, technically I could. I could go start a new Relic quest, and we could spend the next 3 weeks getting a Relic. But I feel like I would have my entire viewership numbers drop to 0 if I did that. So, I would like to keep eating and affording my rent, if that's okay. Everything's frozen over. I'd read about the snow-swept mountains of Kurthus, but no amount of reading can substitute for seeing. I have a confession to make. This is my first time setting foot outside the Twelves Woods. The experience is proving to be fascinating and frightening, but I digress. While I awaited your arrival, I spoke with the knights above the water veins. There's one passing just south of here. There's aggressive fiends there. We shall kill them. Okay. Fife asks, if I could be fluent in a second language, what would it be? Ooh, that's tough. There's so many languages I want to learn. All of them, actually. But if you put a gun to my head and said pick a second one, it would either be Japanese, Russian, or Romanian. One of those three would be at the top of my list. I mean, I kind of already know Imperial. If that counts, I'd actually change my answer to Imperial. It would be nice to be able to speak fluent Imperial. Aw, my spells suck again. Well, yeah, you live in Southern California, Ross. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I shouldn't presume that. Oh yeah, for those of you wondering why I was so excited, this is what the old Holy looks like. And it's not bad, but, you know. So, I think I was supposed to be healing her? I don't know, it looks like I haven't lost the mission yet. So that's cool. Oh, hey! I have a Flautus at this level. I guess I knew that. Let's see here. How would the Empire handle a country like Latveria? Would they get rid of Victor? Yes. God, yes. Hey, she's alive! Oh, that's... Oof. Tough battle. Alright, this is it. Time to purify the taint. Hey! You know, you've asked variants of that question 3 times, Colin Peluso. And I'm never going to have an answer for you. I don't know how long it takes to level. It takes $20, and then probably about, like, 4 days of roulettes, and then you're good. Your soul crystal. I believe it's taken on a new radiance. In all likelihood, the spirit of Master Otoa within has bestowed upon you greater power. Could it be the act of purifying serves to empower the White Mage? If that's true, the Pelagos' refusal to leave the force is even more incomprehensible. How long will they allow their laws to dictate their actions to the detriment of reason? At any rate, let's go back to Camp Dragonhead. Well, I hope you enjoy it, Ross. Because if you don't, you'll have to play FF14. Let's review what we've learned. As we suspected, Taint is being born along subterranean water veins. According to my grandfather's records, the headwater of the vein we just visited is situated further to the west. We must pass through Ishgard proper to get there. Fortunately, travel restrictions have been eased since the Holy See was restored to the Alliance. Be that as it may, we'll be venturing into the unknown. We must travel very carefully. I will survey. Come back when you've leveled some. We have gained the power of... Asylum. Cool. That's this button right here. It's a take less damage for a bit. 90-second cooldown. Sorry, terribly sorry for the wait, Lore. It's taken a while, but I believe we are now armed with sufficient knowledge of our destination. Let's continue. First, we should go to Falcon's Nest. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's also a hot. It's a good... It's arguably the same one that the Astrologian gets, but better because you don't have to stand there channeling it. I'm not sure which is actually stronger, though. So this... Hang on. Let's actually check this. So it's 90 second. It's a hot. And increases healing by 10%. Boop. This... Oh, hang on. This, Collective Unconsciousness, reduces damage taken by 10%, applies a regen, and that's it. But it is also on a minute cooldown, as opposed to a 90-second cooldown. So mathematically, those actually probably average out. Interesting. So this is Falcon's Nest. Wow. Architectural comment. Going to new places is a veritable feast for the senses. Such wonders grandfather must have beheld in his journeys with Master Atoa. Such musings must wait. We have a task to do. Let's begin by speaking with the people here. Okay. I'm unfamiliar with the taint. We consider dragons unclean, however. Speaking of the beast, there's been a strange woman skulking about their remains. We're on the lookout for her, lest she prove a heretic. The taint? Never heard of it. We got a strange woman with the stench of death about her. Suspicious as she was, and I decided to take a peek at her belongings, and, ugh, forgive me, the mere recollection was like to bring up my lunch. Anyway, rather than telling you what I saw, a few of us confronted her and demanded to know her purpose, but she refused to say a word. She looked straight through us with empty eyes and left the hamlet. Okay. I don't think you were doing your proper job as a guard there. Rumors of this strange woman are on everyone's lips. This is likely a coincidence, but we're heading in the same direction as her. So, let's go see what's going on there. Oh yeah, speaking personally, I was really getting burnt out on leveling, especially since I couldn't stop streaming to level. So I had so little to... Remember how I was worried that I would have to start doing casual, chill leveling streams before we actually started the FF14 run? Yeah. Then I found out I could buy my way up. Thank God. Well, buy the last 4, but still, 4 classes. That would have tacked on a little bit of time to the run preparation. Because they were all in the 50s, by the way. And if you know this game, you know that that long slog between 60 to 70 just kind of sucks. Excuse me, to 71, actually. Once you hit 71, leveling smooths out a lot, in my experience. I've also noticed, just as an aside, that leveling from 80 to 90 has also been really smooth. I don't know what they did to the leveling arc there, but it really feels like they dragged it down a bit. In a good way. Like, I am not worried about Gunbreaker when we get there. I don't know if you've even noticed, I actually finished leveling Warrior during the run. Just in spare time kind of a thing. And I'm already 87 with White Mage, and I'm pretty sure... Yep, I also leveled Samurai to 90 while we were at it. Good God, the stench is overpowering, even in the frigid climb. Forgive me for interrupting. What are you doing? Searching. Rather more damage than I would have liked, but it will serve. After all, the experiments proceed apace. Experiment? What the heavens are you doing? Why must I justify myself to you? I suppose you have no obligation. It's just not every day you see someone rummaging through a dragon corpse. So I frighten you. You find me repulsive like the rest of them. No, you misunderstand. I didn't mean to give offense. Whatever you do is your business, just it isn't safe to be alone out here. What do you suggest? Find a stout protector, like your friend? As if anyone would help me. This aura you emanate. They sent you to hound me, haven't they? To remind the witch Alaka she has no place in the world. Alaka? I'm warning you, leave me alone. Life is pain. No, parents. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That was queer. I don't know what compelled me to speak with the woman. Alaka, I believe? But I must confess to being morbidly curious about her experiment. But I mustn't let myself be distracted. Let's go find the taint! Yeah, admittedly, on principle, I would like to disagree with leveling boosts, because what they really should do is, you know, fix the leveling curve. But $25, or whatever it is not that bad, really. I should also probably mention, it's a colossal pain. Like, you have to jump through so many weird hoops to buy a level boost, and then use it. It's probably some spaghetti code. My personal favorite hoop. So some of the items you get, like some of this accessories and stuff, are unique, so you can't have another one. So you actually have to delete them in order to be able to do it in some cases. Like if you buy a second boost, like I did. That was also true for some of the items they dump on you, too. And when you log in, there's this message saying, hey! That's true, Enemy Show. I wouldn't mind that kind of a system. Start the game. You're 90. Cool. Here's your level 16 dungeon. Ah! With your most recent effort, I sense your powers continue to grow. Suffice it to say, this is a boon to our cause. The mission proceeds smoothly thus far. If we continue following the water vein, it should lead us to the source of the taint. As for the stranger, I've never felt so unsettled. The thought she might be connected to the taint bothers me, but until we know for certain, we must not dwell on it. Leave the investigation to me. Okay. We gain Stone 3. Terrible news! The manifestation of the taint has reappeared. The fiends were driven into a frenzy. The man fled. The surgeons can't help him. You must go save this man. When do we get glare? $72, apparently. When do we get Dia? 72. Wow. So Shadowbringers is when we start being a holy mage instead of an elemental mage. Or excuse me, a shaman. Let's call it what it is. Dragon Corpse. That's amusing. The Oventrix. What happens to Dark Knight? Oh god! All of my dark abilities are now filled with light! Echo, echo, echo. He's in a bad way. Please tend to his hurts. Yeah, Light Knight sounds really cool, and then you realize that should probably be a paladin, shouldn't it? I can't die. What will become of my family? Cure 2 specifically. Sure, I can do that. Thanks to you, the danger is past. However, he will require constant care for a time. I shall remain on hand. Meanwhile, you go purify the taint. Okay. What is that terrible game that is all about the taint? It was intended to be an Oblivion like, killer, and it's terrible. Oh, God, that's gonna bug me. Hang on. Whoop. It got a sequel. 2 worlds. That's it. 2 worlds. God, that game sucked. I'd already played Fable by then, so I didn't buy into the Oblivion killer hype. One of the actual adverts that came out at the time, this is not a joke, was that 2 Worlds was Oblivion on steroids. Not making that up. I'm pleased to say the knight will make a full recovery. Had you not come to his aid, his comrades would have believed he would have died. I see you've already purified the taint. Good work. I must say, though, its reappearance baffles me. It should have taken far longer for befouled ether to accumulate. I am disinclined to believe this came about by itself. Nay, I sense that someone had a hand in this. I spoke with the knight that he had sufficiently recovered. Shortly before he was attacked, he caught sight of a foreign woman who reeks of death. Alaka. Wherever she appears, so too does the taint. I wasn't certain before, but now I'm convinced this is no mere coincidence. Could it be she is creating the taint? If so, why? Why would she do this thing? I know not her designs, but her actions must be undone. Should the taint continue to manifest, Kurthus and the Twelveswood would suffer unimaginable damage. Stillglade Fane must know of this threat. I will send word. Although I shan't raise my hopes, the Seed Seers will bestir themselves. Best to assume we are on our own. For now, we must track down Alaka. She was heading west to Tailfeather. Any tips? Oh, God, where do I even begin, Ross? It's like asking me... So, I've decided to watch all of Star Trek. Any tips? And it's like... Ah. Hang on, overload. Give me a sec. Tips for enjoying FF6. You don't have to pick favorites in terms of your party. You're going to have a lot of different player characters. You're going to be able to choose. But if you want to pick favorites, there's also nothing wrong with that. Some of them do have objectively better secondary abilities. You know, like Locke has Steel, Terra will have something later, Celeste will have Runic, etc. So there's nothing wrong with picking favorites, but you don't have to, and it's pretty easy to keep people caught up. That being said, my biggest piece of advice is to endure the random encounters as best as you can. Because that game has too many random encounters. Oh yeah, and make sure, once you get to a certain part of the game, which is the town called Zozo, make sure you start doing the new mechanic that you gain in that town. Oh yes, and absolutely do not try to completionist that game. Just don't. I have spoken with a handful of locals. A strange woman has been witnessed coming and going with some regularity. We must find her. We will find her. You know, I wonder if Half-Life 2 would surpass Portal 2. Size is a great ability. 400 damage to nearby enemies and also a 400 heal, which also restores MP. And it's a 45-second cooldown. I love this ability. Size is great. I lean on that quite a bit, I'll admit it. Good tidings! I have definitive information. She's heading west, towards Avalonia Falls. What's the name of the asshole villain character in Half-Life 2? Bremen? No. Can't think of his name. Is it Breen? Dr. Breen. That's it. Wallace Breen. So, Zactaf says, Mr. Fantastic's a man of science! So is Dr. Breen. That's my answer to that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure how Half-Life 2 would rate against Portal 2. We've never reviewed it. I'm really not. It'd be interesting to see, though. So, I will admit, and I know this sounds heretical, but I actually do believe that FF6 isn't going to be the highest rated game when we finally get there. I love that game, don't mistake me, but it doesn't have great boss design. It has far too many encounters. It has several characters which are just not as good as the others and are not as fleshed out as the others. Yeah, apparently I'm just playing Revengeance today, Zactav. But no, that's totally how I actually get ready for stream every day. I get in my suit and tie, make sure I'm all set to go, get my giant mecha, which is actually what I'm streaming from right now. On the moon. No signs of a lock, and the area beyond is fraught with danger. Not even the hunters dare venture in. You are insane, Ross. I would not wander these parts without some guarantee a lock is near, but we cannot afford to delay. Let's split up, and that's the worst idea ever. Yeah, I've never gotten the Iris treasures, and I never will, but that being said, let me just say that getting all the rages in FF6 is actually worse than getting all of the Iris treasures. And I mean that. Getting all the rages is one of the dumbest things they've ever designed in that game. Speaking of bad mechanics, I'm probably going to give a negative for just the way you get rages in FF6. Or 2 negatives. Or 3 negatives, because it's really, really badly designed. Oh yeah, by the way, the game I'm playing right now will almost guaranteed beat FF6 on the score, while we're on the subject. And so will WoW. I love that whole, it looks so cool! Yeah, no, the rage mechanic is basically the same thing you'd see in a gacha mobile game. It's garbage. It's even worse than just pure RNG, because it's actually RNG on top of RNG on top of RNG, as I've discussed at length before. And nothing indicates that. Nothing tells you about the encounter hopping that you have to do. Rage as a gameplay mechanic... So let me walk that back. Rages themselves are actually kind of neat. It's a form of blue magic, which the trade-off is you lose control of Gao for the sake of the fight, which isn't great, but serves as a decent trade-off because you don't just gain the attacks, you gain the special effects, you gain the status effects, you gain the buffs and stats and boosts and all that of the enemy in question, which is actually a really cool idea. It's just getting the rages can go to hell. So I guess jump is actually the real problem here. It's always Dragoons. Or Leap, excuse me, Leap. You should not have startled me. You! I see, you are the one who undid my work. Why do you interfere with my experiment? It was you who created the taint. The taint? An insult born of ignorance. What you so callously destroyed is a wellspring of life-giving ether. What are you saying? The taint is befouled ether. It destroys life. So you choose to cling to your ignorance like all the others, but it matters not what you think. When my experiment is complete, all the fools who tormented me and mine shall get their comeuppance. No, I won't let you continue your twisted experiments. Lore, stop her! I believe you have more pressing concerns. Drawn to the ether, I shouldn't doubt, or the taint, as you insist on calling it, but the details are immaterial. By whatever name it's known, I shall fill the world with it and have my revenge! Do not interfere. This is your final warning. What are you casting? That's a really pretty flower. Oh, God! And she's dead. Yeah, exactly, USN Corp. And that's a valid perspective, Savicom. It's just... I'm trying to think how to explain this. I suppose the older I get, the more I become comfortable with the fact that something I love is not necessarily the best thing ever, if that makes any sense. I know that sounds so strange. Let me reword this a little bit. Let's say you ask someone on the street, what's your favorite X ever? Game, movie, show. They'll probably have an answer right there. Boom. But if they actually sat down and measured it and thought about it for a minute, that's probably not actually their favorite, and there probably are things that are better than that, right? And that's kind of something I've grown more and more comfortable with. I've proven this because Mega Man X1 is not the highest ranking Mega Man game in my system. And upon analysis and discussion, and just my own view on it, I stand by that. Mega Man X1 is actually rather flawed, all things considered. I love it so much because I know it inside and out, because I know how to bypass the flaws. But that doesn't get rid of the flaws. Same thing with FF6, right? It's not like FF6 isn't a great game. It is. Mega Man X1 is a great game. Super Metroid is a great game. But the possibility it exists for games to surpass them. Which, weirdly enough, is something that didn't occur to me until, at this point, probably about 15 years ago. So anyways, I found this hunk of rotting flesh. 'Tis well I skipped my last meal. I'd wager this is part of Alaka's experiment. The seed seers may be able to glean something from it, and yet I find myself loath to seek them out. They haven't lifted so much as a finger to help us. What can we expect of them now? Now's not the time to be stubborn. You have the right of it, Laura. There is more at stake than a difference of opinion. We're to save the Twelveswood. We must needs turn to the Seed Seers. Very well. Let's go back to the Seed Seers. Okay. There! Hey! Pretty decent spell. Not super useful, but it's a good situational. Please hold on to the chunk of flesh. It's, safer in your keeping. I can tell you're the Lich King, so... I mean, for example, I can't give FF6 a plus for the fact that it literally prevented me from committing suicide. Like, I can't do that. But I can give FF6 a plus for having an extraordinarily good usage of a theme I happen to really enjoy. The connections between people. Returned. How fares the effort to purge the taint? Yeah, I want to show you this, delicious flesh here. FF6 is as grindy as you make it, if that makes sense. Like, FF6 can be a very grindy game. And the less you know about it, the more grindy it's going to be. And the more you want 100% it, the more it's grindy it's going to be. I've beaten into FF6 at, like, level 27 or something like that. That took some work and some knowledge. Did you get my point? It's kind of like FF10, actually, in the same way. FF10 is not grindy unless you want to go do the optional stuff, in which case it's extraordinarily grindy. Anyways, whatever she seeks to do, we must put a stop to it. Arun and I shall take a closer look at the flesh. In the meantime, you must resume your journey of purification. What? With all due respect. How's respect? I keep what I'm hearing. You would send us back in the midst of danger with nary a word of counsel? I know full well we ask much of you, but there's none other upon whom we can depend. Depend? Instead of depending on others, why don't you do something for a change? We all know you have the power to do so. Do you realize how much lore has been through in your names? Of course you don't, because while he bled for you, you were hiding out here with your heads in the treetops. If Master Atoa was to see this, he would be turning in his grave. And she runs off. Heads in the treetop? What's the matter with her? You're dumb. To think that our own people see us in such a light. It cannot be helped. We are bound to remain in the forest. Things are not as they were during Master Atoa's time. Be that as it may, were the people to lose faith in us, for whom shall we convey the will of the elements? Lore. I would be alone. Rest assured, I will take a closer look at the tainted flesh. Arun has the right of it. It is our duty to facilitate harmony between man and elemental. All the laws of the forest count for naught if we fail in this. At any rate, we must needs stop Alaka's dark designs, and fear not. Henceforth, we will not leave you to bear the burden alone. Pray allow us time to consider your next step. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Didn't mean to talk to the poople. Poopo. Moogle! Laura, we have a plan! Go talk to the Lancer lady. You know what one of my favorite examples of a movie that's arguably not good that I enjoy? Can anyone guess? Real question. Because I don't think anybody can. I'm going to keep calling it Ampador forever, if that's okay with you. Oh my god, Ampdabor? That sounds awful. Hang on. Hang on. I mean, the truthful answer to your question is no. Amdapor. Amdapor. That's, God, ugh, that's awful. Ugh. Amdapor. Amdapor. Ugh. Oh, it's you, Laura. I must apologize for my earlier display. No wonder my mind automatically corrected that. The Seed Seers wish me to see me despite the disrespect I showed them. Though their ways baffled me, I cannot deny them they care for the forest. Maybe they have more credit than I give them. Alright, I'll go talk to them. Right back. Yeah, I'm going to keep calling it Ampador. That just rolls off the tongue way better. No one's guessed it. It is Van Helsing. Hugh Jackman. And I can't remember her name, but she's a good actress. And they actually got a pretty decent guy for Dracula. It's an enjoyable flick. It is a... Kate Beckinsale, thank you. It is a cheesy, ridiculous, over-the-top, melodramatic, just not slasher, what do you call it? Schlock, there we go, schlock flick. But I enjoy it. I admit the music is at least part of that. The soundtrack for that movie is legit. Yeah! Yeah! Anyways. I'd play it for you, but I'd be copywronged into oblivion. You can look it up. Thanks for coming. Without further ado, let us begin. After our last meeting, I went to the Guardian Tree and presented the tainted flesh to the Great One. His reaction was telling. The befouled ether it bears is identical to the taint which now threatens the Twelveswood. Unless we stop Alaka, the forest will be reduced to a wasteland of death. Lore gave me to understand you have conceived of a plan. What's the plan? Simply put, we will accompany you to the Gervanian Forelands. As you are doubtless aware, we Pajals are chosen by the elementals to convey their will. Should that go unheard or be misinterpreted, harmony would be lost and tragedy inevitably fall. In order to prevent this, we strive to hone our sensitivity to the elementals far beyond the limits of mortal men. And this sensitivity allows us to perceive even the slightest fluctuations in the ether. With our faculty for sensing ether, Arun and I shall ascertain the site of Alaka's experiment, and then we will join our power to Lore's. What of the will of the elements? Rest assured, we have obtained the Elder Seedseer's permission. Our sister will see to it the elementals do not go unheard, and we don't, lose this... God, the more we see of this game, the more layers. Like imagine a pancake, okay? And this pancake is the reason why it was stupid to settle in the Twelveswood. And the further we get into this game, the more pancakes they keep layering on top of this stack. Why do you live here? God! Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a Napoleon cake of why they shouldn't be here. I'm gonna say one thing about Bruce Almighty. I actually don't care for that movie for the most part, but there's one scene that really, really struck with me. You may or may not. It's kind of a spoiler because it's the big climactic moment of the film. But there's this moment where Bruce Almighty's talking to God. Spoilers, God's in the film. And, played by Morgan Freeman. And, he's like, why don't you just go, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to deal with this, and, God says, why don't you just pray? And Bruce is like, you're right, I need to pray for his wife. And he says, so you want to be back together? And he says, no! No, I want her to be happy, whatever that means. I want her to be taken care of, I want her to have a good life. And he says, whoever wrote this one line just did a really wonderful job. You could tell they put extra time and effort into exactly how he phrases his prayer for his wife. And God's response to that is, now that's a prayer. And I like that scene. That's a damn good scene. Then they go and they start cleaning everything up, which they actually foreshadowed earlier on, too. So here we are at Tailfeather. By the way, I love the idea of God being a janitor. That just fits so well, doesn't it? Hang on. Just gotta clean everything up, don't we? Just get... Hang on. It's got a little smudge here. Oh, gotta replace this part of the pane. Why, the journey here wasn't nearly as daunting as expected. I dare say we could have made it without a Shiva. Bold words coming from someone who fairly hugged our guide during the entire journey. Seeing as we're here, let's get to work. Do you sense anything, brother? I do. An anomaly in the west, ether in the wrenches in the stomach. It emanates from the northwest. A cavern lies in that direction. Morn, it is called. I must warn you, the area is thick with dragons. Dragons. I would welcome the excitement. Dull suits me just fine. Remember, our priority is to purge the taint. The taint! Yeah, Almighty Janitor, which is an actual trope, which we've discussed before because it came up during Control. It's a trope for a frickin' reason, you know? It is not an uncommon concept. Anyway, sorry, so Gum Gum, a while ago, I don't even know if they're even there anymore, Gum Gum asked, are there tribes on Parish? As in, do they have tribes, but don't go further than that? So, obviously they used to, but by the time at which the Parish campaign happened, the answer to that is no. Everyone's pretty well solidified into groups, even though there would be, like, villages, for example, or cities, or towns. Those areas still do owe fealty and have leadership under one of the actual nations, one of the crowns. So, for all intents and purposes, the answer is no. Is this... I'm trying to remember. There's the cave entrance. I knew it was up here somewhere. Listen, I think we can all agree that insert thing you like is objectively bad. This is too high up. God, I hate these caves. Can I get down from here? Can I get down from here? This is looking more and more like a no. I thought these caves interwove with each other. Okay. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Actually, no, Ross. Or more accurately, yes, and then it changed into a no as I studied it, because the Norse were messed up. I know you could say the same about a lot of groups, but wow. Anyways, also I can't pronounce anything, which is just, you know, it's just embarrassing. It's hard to be interested in something you can't say. I'm gonna Google this really quick, just rather than fly around for another while. We all know that the most objectively bad game of all time is, in fact, Final Fantasy VI. No, hang on. Here we go. Wow. So, I just feel like sharing. I was looking up directions for how to get into this stupid cave. Someone on Reddit said, hey, how do I get into this cave? They said it nicely, by the way. They didn't say it like I just said it. I'm needing help to get in here. I don't have flying unlocked at the moment. And the first 40 answers are people just bashing the guy. Telling him he's stupid, or he should have already known where it is, or it's mandatory to go there for the MSQ, so you should already know where the route is, or why haven't you unlocked ether currents yet, and just a whole lot of nonsense. Until they got to the point where they actually started being like, I'm done with this, you know, just yelling at each other, just straight up yelling at each other. What the crap? Then, much further down, was the actual answer. Which is this. This is how we get in here. Supposedly. Reggie asks, so the collection mini-games for getting spells, which one would rate as the worst to 100% of the FF series? Rages from FF6. That's... I can't think of anything worse than that. Unless we count 100%ing FF10, which is actually so many levels worse than that. But yeah, you're talking about like blue magic, which really is what I assumed, so. So you are still alive. Yeah. No, it totally does, Omega Legion. Most intriguing horns such as I have, yet not Aura. Well, whatever you are, you're no different from the others. You've come to interfere with my experiment. But no, it is your ignorance that has led us down this path. By the way, look at the dude's staff. We Zaela are nomads who roam and live off the land. My tribe was no different. Yet though we did no harm to those lands we traversed, they treat us as vermin. In their ignorance they feared us, and that fear manifested in spite and violence. My loved ones and I were cursed at, spat upon, beaten, and worse. It was out of desire to protect them I began my research. Such pain we have suffered, I swore I would visit upon them 100-fold. And soon I shall fulfill my goal, for my experiment has finally borne fruit. To be sure, there is still work to be done. Such robust flesh cannot be sustained by ordinary ether. Nay, it must needs be fed by something more potent, the taint! My pet can only go where the taint exists, and so I shall fill the whole world with it. This is your big plan. You crafted a monster that feeds off of tainted ether, and now you're going to spread tainted ether. That is the dumbest plan I've ever heard of. This is your big revenge? To make one zombie dragon? One zombie dragon? And then spread ether everywhere? So it can go places? I would if you'd let me. Oh, if it's... There we go, there we go. I mean, I wasn't expecting much, but yikes. There, it's healed. I mean, I guess it's true, and I don't need every story to be a world-ending plot. In fact, I'd rather we not do that. I'm just shocked by how stupid... Hey, lady. Shove! Okay, there we go. Problem solved. You know what, that's actually another piece of advice I could give you, Ross, if you're still there. Don't be afraid to experiment in FF6. There's a lot of different combinations of characters, equipment, and magic, which are all feasible. It's probably because FF6 is a relatively easy game, but the contrast to that is that you can do essentially whatever you want to and make it as easy or as hard as you want to, which, personally, I actually prefer, rather than a game that just beats you in the teeth. As with before, you know, FF6 is as challenging as you make it. FF7 does the same thing, honestly. Anyways, I mean, same team, Ross, so that tracks. Let's see. Reggie says, has there been anything of yourself that changed, evolved because of your job? I have become a more evil, good person because of my job. Oh, probably quite a while, Pokemibo. We're still in Heaven's Word. And we still have to hit Stormblood, and then Shadow, and then End. As a reminder, I have not finished Shadow or End. Please don't spoil. Yeah, we got some weeks ahead of us. Pace has been reasonable. So far as the Heavensward quests. A little more cutscene heavy than the 8 IRR ones, but a lot less padding heavy, so that's good. So how are we thinking of rating this quest, speaking of which? My dreams all gone to dust. I am powerless. Ooh. Powerless to protect my people, powerless to change anything. Even though I turn to an extremely crude form of necromancy. We are cowards, all of us. That which we do not understand instills fear within us, and so we lash out. In return, you sought to strike back at those who hurt you. Yeah, we call it the cycle of violence. You have done terrible things and must be held to account for your crimes. But know that it is not too late to make amends. You still have a chance to atone. Your knowledge may yet be used for good. You need but find new purpose, and I should be glad to help you look for it. With the Alakwa apprehended, it seems safe to say the danger to the 12 Woods is past, and we owe it all to you two. The experience has taught me much and more, least of which how powerless I was in the face of an external threat. How does he see? If I'm to protect the forest, I must needs spend time with my head in the treetops, and more with my feet on the ground. To that end, I shall strive to be the Pelage as Master Atoa was, standing ready to journey across the world. Isn't he the traditionalist kid? Oh, whatever. Master Arun, when the time comes for you to embark on your journey, pray allow me to accompany you. You're a white mage, and I'm a frickin' lancer. So, you know, duh. We're gonna call this the duh effect. I should be heartened to have your company. Also known as the duh effect. Yeah, I'm not impressed with this quest. But I'm not sure how negative it is. That's why I'm asking for opinions on this. This was a good third pick because we're trying to get the bad quests out of the way, and this is dull, honestly. Go clear the taint. Go clear the taint. The taint was caused by this one woman. She was hurt as a younger person, but now she's revenge. Okay, she's given up on revenge. Yeah, it's just there. It's nowhere near as bad as the previous two. Definitely. Not that that's hard to do. To be honest. I actually have to be completely honest. I don't use Cure 3 all that often as a white mage. I don't know if that makes me a bad white mage or not, because usually I lean a little bit too much on Medica 2, and then other things, like a size, for example. Or Plenary Indulgence, which is awesome. I love Plenary Indulgence, which is a level 70 ability, unfortunately. Still a great ability. During the entire way back, Alaka did not do us so much a favor with a glance, but neither did she attempt to flee. I believe there is hope for her yet. Till such time as she finds new purpose, I shall visit her cell as often as my duties allow. With the source of the taint banished, the Great One's warnings have ceased. Disaster's been averted. Everything's cool forever. The end. The end. The end. The end. Okay, we made it. I'm willing to call it a wash. But I am definitely giving a plus to White Mage, our first good class. Oh, I didn't jot down Warrior, did I? Warrior's good at 60 as well. I would believe that, US and Corp. Yeah, White Mage, you may or may not have noticed, I tend to spend a lot of time in White Mage on my 10 bar. This is my DPS bar. This is actually my heal bar. Really, there's not much difference between it. The only difference is Cure 3 is not on my DPS bar, and neither is Benediction. I've actually been thinking about redoing that a little bit. Oh, actually, I also don't have Liturgy of the Bell on my DPS bar. You can see those are the only major differences there. I've been thinking about restructuring that. Regen is a must. I lean on regen entirely too much. And Cure 2 is the throughput. When everything else has been burned, Cure 2 is the get up, get up, get up. And at lower levels, it's pretty much mandatory. So that's not moving. Assize is good. Tetragrammaton is good. And obviously, Afflatus Misery is down here. So yeah, I guess that's just going to stay that way. I can't think about changing anything here. I could actually get rid of Cure 1 here, but the only reason I don't is there are some things, I think. Yep, there are actually some dungeons where I don't have Cure 2. And that is pretty much the reason Cure 1 is still on the bar. I was going to say, I knew that's why those are... I don't know where else I could put Benediction. I'd have to get rid of something to put it somewhere. Because, yeah, Cure 3 is just... I pretty much never use that. Whatever, anyways, so yeah, let me type some stuff out. Let me do this. Let's do... So we already did tank, other than that. What's another bad Heavensward quest? Somebody. Well, I type a little bit here. Monk? Well, that's going to be another I haven't done it, but it's unlocked one, so sure, let's do it. Monk and Bard. Both ones I paid for. So let's do it. That is... Yep, that's at the Goldsmiths Guild, because of course it freaking is. Check my notes really quick. Sorry. Sorry, I suck. I know. Oh, that sucks, Rex. Unfortunately, Dragoon is another one I haven't seen quests for. So, thank. Maybe I have? I don't remember. Let's switch to Monk really quick. Boop. Make sure we're good to go. Yes, we are. Hey, look, it's Jackass. The guy everyone compared me to, because apparently I'm just pure evil or something. Jesus. Here we go. That's what I thought. He knows lore. Clearly! Clearly! Something real quick. Yeah, that's what I thought. What's the name of this thing? You can't see it. What's the name of the lily mechanic? I guess I could just call it the lily mechanic. Like, there's a term for this stupid branch thing. Maybe it's just the lily. I don't know. Is it just the lily gauge? Okay. Adds a lily to your... It's apparently called the healing gauge. I think I'll just call it the lily mechanic. We all know what that means. And yet, when did we get the blood lily? It looks like that's 74. So we don't get that till Shadow. Damn. Because, yeah, there's a Afflatus Misery. Yeah. I want to try this spell out at some point. Plants a healing blossom at a designated location that grants 5 stacks of Liturgy of the Bell. Duration 15 seconds. Taking damage spends a stack and heals self and all party members in radius of 20 alms for 400. Can only be triggered once per second. Healing Blossom dissipates when all stacks are gone. And remaining stacks will trigger an additional healing, 200 for each additional. That looks a lot like Healing Well used to be back when that was still a spell in WoW. Which I liked Healing Well, but it was admittedly... the problem with Healing Well was you had to click it. And there used to be a meme. Click your frickin' healing wells! You see a giant glowing healing well, and you need healing, click it! Nobody knew how to click the damn well. Anyways. Priest problems. Alright, so. Monk. Lore, your sense of timing is impeccable. Pity your mind was never so reliable. Bam! Alright, so. Worry not, for your task. It shan't perform your limited intellect. Oh my god! Can you speak without insulting someone? Is that a thing you can do? This may scarce come to him any surprise, but my words of wisdom has struck a chord with the oaf. Having been made to realize there's more to life than vengeance, he now expends his energies on more constructive pursuits, namely rebuilding the Order of the Fists of Rhalgr. He has taken on pupils. I'm a dick. I'm a dick. He finished his research. I may have need of your talent for field work. You will be worried about him, though it may not have occurred to you yet. So I'm taking the liberty of telling you what you must do to alleviate your worry. Oh, okay. You're not helping. Little snot face. Let's see. Questions. Oh yeah, there's Valvedrix's comment. What I find most amusing about Amdapor is apparently I've been saying that wrong for literally years, and no one has ever noticed and or corrected me. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I was gonna say, Ampador. Which I'm gonna keep saying, by the way, because Amdapor sounds awful. Eris. Anyways, it's been a while, brother. What brings you here? What are you wearing? So your professor sends you, but it matters not why you came. I'm glad for your visit. Indeed, I have begun teaching. I desire to preserve our way, to impart our art unto a new generation, though I myself have much to learn. I have few pupils now, but they're slowly do their numbers grow. I will introduce some to you. 2 girls show promise. Maybe you can introduce them to training. This is actually the beginning of a porno. Oh my god, they're both Mikote. What is it, Master? Has someone new joined? We must... Oh, people would never shut up about how I pronounce Tirisfal. People were just dogpiling me for that one. Although, you know the one pronunciation that I got the most toxic comments about? No joke. Like, I had people sending, like, death threat levels of just absolutely disgusting toxic comments over a pronunciation of the word Arcanum. Right, so she's the eager one, and she's the... Is this Palom and Porum, except in Mikote format? These two were abandoned by their parents. One day they came and begged me to teach them. They're very dedicated. They very quickly do their learn. Every day is fulfilling. But come to the training grounds. Palom and Porum with punch! Arcanum is the only way that that word can be pronounced. It's pronounced Marl. Although, actually, funny thing, Chrono Trigger has a higher density of different pronunciations for characters than I've seen in most Square games. Most people pronounce Tifa the same way, and Barrett the same way, and blah, 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 blah. But I've heard so many different pronunciations for the character names in Chrono Trigger, it's funny. Like, most people say Robo, but how many different people say the 65 million BC barbarian woman's name differently, for example? Or the princess from Guardia, for example. Or the inventor from Guardia in the present, and so forth and so on. All of these I've heard tons of different pronunciations. You know, I never heard of someone saying Yuffie until I hit the internet, and I was just confused by that. Yuffie. Thankfully, we actually have pronunciations for the FS7 characters because voice acting for that exists. We have no dedicated place for training, no halls of our own. My pupils train wherever they can. First, demonstrate your abilities to the northeast. Okay. I never heard Tifa until I heard someone make a joke about it. And that was actually, like, pretty recent, relatively speaking. That was like 10 years ago. Hamdapor. I'm going to try to correct myself, because I do like to be correct. But, God, that sounds terrible. I'm never saying Aerith. That will never happen. Oh, you are strong. There I was feeling good about myself. So you're going to demonstrate for her next, huh? She's going to be so impressed. We've been together all our lives, in case you're wondering. We can read each other's thoughts as if they were our own. Oh my god, they really are Pelham and Porum. I was joking. By the way, for those of you who haven't seen me talk about the Eris thing, it's really simple. Eris is how I prefer to say it because that flows a lot better in English. Aerith, really emphasize that. Really emphasize the two the two syllables. Aerith. Actually kind of effectively make that. That would actually work better. But if you try to slur them together like Aerith, it just kind of... Bleh. And for me in particular, Aerith, just... I can't do it. I've eagerly awaited your coming. Oh my god, they're even wearing black and white. You see, even something like Lilith is something where you really emphasize the two syllables, like I was just talking about. Lilith. By the way, Luca, while we're on the subject. Luca, Marl, Magus, Isla. I'm going to be honest, you know me and A's. I don't have a codified pronunciation for Ayla, as I just demonstrated. We impressed her, yay. Oh, Zenta, I've never been so excited. I wish to learn everything Master Lore knows. Everything. You do not want to know everything I know. Growing up on our own, Zinza and I suffered because we were weak and couldn't protect ourselves. So we swore we would become strong. If we became as strong as you, there'd be nothing we need to fear. Even I have things to fear. That's Master Wiglarg. By the way, I shouldn't even say this, but there's a specific personal reason I insist on calling him Mages. And I stumble every now and again and call him Magus without actually meaning to. That's all I'm going to say about that. Oh, you have not come to harm. We're fine, Master. It's you we're worried about. What happened? Strangers came, attacked without warning. The techniques they used were the same as ours. Same as ours? They were monks? But I thought there were no more others besides ourselves. That's another one. Is it Janus? Because that's how you would pronounce Janus back in the day. Or is it Janus? Or Janus? Or Janu? I usually say Cyrus for that one. I alone survived the massacre at the temple. There should be no... Ugh, this sensation. New power swells within me. A new chakra has opened. This is the site of some famous battle, wasn't it? Yes, it was. The Battle of Silver Tear Skies. Which means the one's chakra can be opened here. Judging from the Master's condition, I'm inclined to think something else was the cause. Let us return to Revenant's Toll. Idleshire? I mean, you can probably see why I call it Idleshire. Do they ever pronounce it? I don't actually recall if they do. If it's idyllic, then it would be idle. No, that would still be Idleshire. Oh, Idleshire. Which, oh, that sounds terrible. Oh, Idleshire it is. So anyways, let's go to Idleshire. The monks came after you left. Masked men who fight as we do. They were monks, of this I am certain. They outnumbered me. I fought them off, but pain! Next time I wear it, my assailants were gone. Fled when you came. This is not unlike a chakra opening, but it is not the 7th chakra. If it isn't the 7th chakra, what could it be? I know not. We must find Professor Eric. Do we have to? Idleshire. Oh, I could see that. Idleshire? Sure. Oh, God. Worcestershire. Let's just piss off everybody with that one. After your last visit, I am told Professor Eric of my experience. I have not heard from him since. I have forgotten. I wonder if he's forgotten. He is a busy man. But never mind. You are here. Perhaps help my pupils? They spoke of your prowess. Now they want you to teach them. It's okay. Yeah, the hobbits are from Shire. And yeah, but that would be Worcestershire. God, I hate saying Worcester for that. Or Worcester. Sorry, Worcester. I gotta... Whoa. Worcestershire. Ah! Now I'm screwing it up. Damn it! He is one of mine. He is badly beaten. Who did this? They were monks. The same villains. This is an outrage. They must be paid. To pay, we will kill them. Brutalize them. Beat them to death. Horribly. Horrible death awaits them. Oh my gosh. Okay. I give up. Pronunciations are hard. I'm a moron. What's up? Okay. You kick Saruman out of the Shire. Share. Oh my gosh. Listen. Listen. First of all, you spelled it wrong, Reggie. Second of all, I specifically call him Darkseid as an insult because I hate him as a character. I know it's pronounced Darkside. They say it in the shows. I call him Darkseid because screw him. I show my disdain for the character. See, that's different. Like, I have respect for Eris as a character. I just have problems with the way they decided to romanticize her name. Erisu actually sounds like a better name, if I'm just being blunt. Think about it, Erisu. Kind of rolls off the tongue, too. Beware, Lo. Those two are not what they seem. We had stayed too long. Any longer, we wouldn't have a place to return to. We seek no forgiveness for what we do, for it is the only life we know. And if we don't return to it now, there'll be nothing left for us. Please understand, we have no choice. Now prepare yourselves! Wait, why am I fighting Palom and Porum? Yeah, what, mate? Didn't you know me daughters? Yeah, but Erisu... Is that just me? Erisu sounds like a good name. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna shut up. His power surging within. Admittedly, I do try to get names correct. People's names correct. Because people have been mispronouncing my various names for my entire life. That's it. We're sparing you, but know that it isn't out of pity. We need you. That's all. What do you mean? Yours is the sect of light. Ours is of shadow. One brings shadow. One brings light. Oh, sorry. You notice I tried very hard to say all chiffon correct. Because I do try to be as good as I can with names, as long as I respect the character. Which is why Darkseid can go to hell. But yeah, that's the other thing. Earth. If you notice that, that's one syllable. Earth. Adding that second syllable just interrupts it a bit. If only we had some, like, other name for Earth. Like a different variant, another way to phrase it, like Terra or something. I don't know, that might work for a main female character from a Final Fantasy game. Or an idiot! Sorry, Kingdom Hearts reference. A new chakra has opened, as it did for you, yes. The two girls, the way they harness their energy differs from us. It must be the ways of their sect. I had great hopes of them. Their betrayal saddens me, but there's no time for lamentation. I agree. Even ARR wasn't a lamentation. I tend to pronounce it Burra, admittedly. A lot of that's because of how often I hear it pronounced Burra. But I do often hear it as Burrow. Lore, a letter? They would speak to us. In Dalamud's teaching. Meanwhile, Eric sends word. He has learned of the sect of Shadow. Soon he will come and share his knowledge. Okay. Like, when we finally review the Kingdom Hearts games, I'm going to be really harsh on Terra, because I get what they were going for, but God, they failed at it. In Birth by Sleep, specifically. Yeah, he was really, really stupid in Birth by Sleep, and it's just like, whoa, wow. I mean, there's actually a town that used to be near where I used to live, so I guess I shouldn't say it used to be a town. The town's gone! There's a town by where I used to live called Edinburgh. And so that's kind of why that's in my head that way. One of the reasons. Thanks for coming. For what it's worth, we're sorry we deceived you. Know that it is for the benefit of both of our sects that we fight. What is with all of these classes being about fighting others of the same class? That's 3. Almost in a row here. Yeah, not Edinburgh. Edinburgh. The other day when you fended off our fellow disciples of Shadow, a new chakra opened within you, did it not? The sensation was unlike aught you have felt before. It's because you opened a chakra belonging to our aspect, the aspect of Shadow. The opposite also applies, of course. Fighting a disciple of your sect allows us to open chakra belonging to the aspect of light. Aspect of light and shadow, if that's the way of it. Why must we fight? Why must Riploids fight each other? I've had enough violence. Our master forbids it, our true master. If truth be told, we shouldn't even be speaking with you. We're not permitted to exchange words, only blows. Then you leave us no choice. Come! Okay. So let's just do this, and then this. Aw. Okay, come here, come here. Come here, so I can kill you both. There we go. Again. Oh, this is stupid. Do I have that ability? I do have that ability at this level. Rid of this. Oh, I don't have it. I don't have blitzes at this level. What? What? 0 out of 10. No blitzes for the Monk. Okay, I've got to know. How does Bellular say Emet-Selch? It's another one they say, and again, I try to adhere to the way they pronounce it. Why do you think I call it Noxoramus, by the way? Emet-Selch? What? I didn't even notice that. I was reading too quickly, apparently. My chakra has opened. Just precisely as Master described. Yeah, Reggie, I had the same problem. I was like, wait, as you wrote it. Oh! Ah! Amdapora. I'm gonna have trouble with that one, too. I'm gonna try. Yes, I feel the power surging in me, but for it to become stronger, we must throw ourselves into far fiercer struggles. The kind where lives are on the line. So long as you are disciples of light, we will continue to come for you, over and over. It cannot end until one side falls. Okay, bam! You just killed my sister. Uh-huh. Now I'm going to repeat what I did last night in D&D. Grapple check. As a monk, no less. Grapple check. Snap neck. Throw into mouth of beholder. We don't want to hurt you. So please give up being a monk. Give up any notion of rebuilding the Fist of Ralgar and go somewhere far, far away. But... Amdapor. Amdapor. Amdapor? Do they say it? Is there a point which they say Amdapor at some point so I can go off of something? Not in ARR, because in ARR their pronunciations suck. Damn. Many revelations this day, the existence of opposing aspects of chakra, least of all. We must learn more of it. Yeah, you want me to just suplex your master so we can stop fighting? So I did, sorry, you actually asked this a few days ago, Von Falkenstein. I actually rolled a warlock, but what happened is Mark lived. Mark actually survived. And that just was surprising to everybody, including me. So Mark has been continuing to be a total freaking badass of a monk, because he's a monk in 5th edition. And you're probably thinking, oh, what kind of monk are you? I'm a demon hunter monk. It's a custom path, and it is incredibly awesome. It's exactly what it sounds like. I have demon abilities, and I can absorb demons in order to empower myself. And I can sense demons and see through certain things. Like, I basically have true sight. All sorts of fun stuff like that. The only thing I need is a little bit higher AC, apparently. Which I'm going to be trying to raise my dex soon. But anyways. Thank you for coming, Professor. The information I requested. Were you able to find it? Of course I was, you incurable dolt. Elsewise, I wouldn't have bothered to come all this way to this backwater. Now then, I have many demands on my time, so I shall convey my findings at once and in the most concise manner as possible. It is common knowledge that the Fist of Ralgar rose to its zenith by power of virtue of royal endorsement, lesser known as the dispute, which broke out over this arrangement between the two factions within the Fist, the Sect of Light and the Sect of Shadow. The head priest of the Sect of Light believed an alliance with the royal house of Alamigo was the key to prosperity. However, this counterpart in the Sect of Shadow disagreed, warning that it would lead to their undoing. History has proven both right, but I digress. Unsurprisingly, the disciples of each sect rallied to their respective leaders' side, and the two factions clashed it out with words and fists both. In the end, the Sect of Light prevailed, the alliance with the royal house was sealed, and all members of the Sect of Shadow banished. In the past, the two sects belonged to the Fist of Ralgar, and their disciples trained alongside each other as comrades. Yet, though the techniques they employed were identical, the manner in which they harnessed energy was opposed in nature. It is this difference which gave rise to two aspects of chakra. There's a tradition wherein monks from the two schools... This is concise! What is this nonsense? In attacking you, I posit the disciples of Shadow are seeking to recreate this tradition. The clashing of light and shadow quickened the ether within, causing a chakra of the opposing aspect to open within them. In simple terms for your simple minds, disciples of light fought to open shadow chakra, and disciples of shadow fought to open light chakra. The implication is that there are not 7 but 14 chakra. Two sides of the same coin, blah, 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 poetic tripe. He said that, not me. One thing I do not understand, Professor. Why can our sects not cooperate? Why must disciples of shadow attack like common brigands? A feud caused the rift between the two sects. Who's to say there isn't a feud still? I suspect only a member of the Shadow can tell you the truth, but now I must be off. Peace! Bye, Eric. Thanks for being slightly less of a dick this time. We must speak of them. What makes D&D monks so OP? It's actually very simple if you think about it. So imagine you're designing classes for a second, like, say, in FF14. Now let's say you have to make a class which has to be at the level of other classes without gear, okay? So you have to make a class that is awesome without needing equipment. Now, that class can get equipment. That's it. That's the core reason. There's other things that go into that, other specific nuanced details of how class design works, but that is the core reason why monks have always been overpowered. Lore, finally I have information. She is near Eugenia's spy. We must find her. We must demand the truth. Okay. I was gonna say, I know... Alog, or Alog, I think is how Emmett Selk said. I can almost hear his voice saying it that way. In a dismissive and, you know, deleterious tone. Well, the thing is, you're right. Most gear doesn't benefit a monk. However, there are things like, for example, belts of dexterity. And monks triple dip on dexterity. So, they gain AC, they gain to hit, and they gain damage from dexterity. So anything that boosts dexterity is really good for a monk. And then you add on top of that specific monk-like items. Anything that boosts their strength also tends to help. Anything that makes it so they move faster. There's also items that have unintended boosts. In fact, if you give me a minute, I have a list of gear for monks, which I refer to for this kind of stuff. If you just give me a moment to find it, it should be like right here, which it's not, which is weird. We'll do it this way. Here we go. So let's look at gear. So, for example, some things you wouldn't think about are super useful are extremely useful in a monk. For example, there's an item called the Boots of Flight. Now, what they do is they make it so that you can move your speed, whatever your normal speed is, except fully flying, with full flight, as if the magic spell. That's useful for anybody. But monks are faster than other classes. And that applies for sprinting as well. So monks can become basically bullets, and that can lead to extremely powerful charged attacks, for example. I actually do want... It's winged boots. It's right here. I actually want to get the winged boots at some point for my monk, because... Duh! And that's it. That's all it does. It just makes it so your move speed is now flying speed, and that's insane. Did I mention I have a specific Demon Hunter ability, which allows me to move through enemies without provoking attack of opportunity, and just get a free hit on every enemy I pass by? Think about that for a second. Strength. I just got a good lucky roll on it, Loner. It was a strength grapple. There's other things. You can boost your stealth with Cloaks of Elven Kind, and we already have high dex, so our stealth is already high. Eyes of the Eagle, which gives us a very high perception. By the way, monks tend to have high wisdom as well, so that's a thing. Stone of Good Luck, which is a very useful item, which just straight up gives you a boost to any of your stats, and just so forth and so on, right? You get the general idea. But then there's tattoos. Tattoos, I actually have one of the 3 tattoos I want. The tattoo I have, give me just a second here. So I have the Eldritch Claw tattoo. One second. The Eldritch Claw tattoo, I want to get specifics here, so I'm going to pull up the actual stats here. So, obviously, my attacks are considered magical. I'm a monk, I already do that. But I gain a +1 to attack and damage with unarmed strikes. And I can use an action once per day to make it so that my attacks now hit 15 feet range, so I actually have ranged melee attacks. And I get an extra 1d6 damage on each of those attacks for a minute. For those of you not aware of what that means 10 rounds. That's one of the lowest level tattoos. That's the one I already have. There are much funner tattoos, including my personal favorite, and I gotta scroll down a little bit to find this one. I believe it's this one? Hang on. Was it this one? Sorry, the page is loading slowly. I apologize. No, this isn't it. This is a good one. There's actually an absorbing tattoo. What it is you have damage resistance to the damage type in question. And when you take damage from that damage type, you not only gain immunity to it, but you actually heal from it. Instead of... Yeah. But no, there's a much funner... Ah, here it is. Blood Fury. I think this is it. Yep, this is the one. Blood Fury tattoo. Which is the 3rd and final tattoo I want to get. This is one of those do a quest chain to get a magic item kind of tattoos. And you're probably wondering why. Well, The tattoo has 10 charges. These charges refill every day, so 10 charges per day. While this tattoo is on, whenever I hit a creature, I can expend a charge to do an extra 4d6 necrotic damage and heal for however much damage I just did. And when a creature I can see damages me, I can expend a charge to use a reaction to make a hit on that creature with advantage. Hi, Larian. Thank you so much for the sub. Always. I'll jot that down for the Expanse. Yeah, when I get that too, I'm already kind of the tank of the group. When I get that tattoo, I will be the warrior, in FF14 terms, of the group. Anyways, you get my point, though. You can see how these magic items make Boost Monk even more. That was... Oh, I've already forgotten it. Hang on, let me look at my history really quick. That was the Blood Fury tattoo, is what that is called. Is she just sleeping? Nope, she's damaged. What's going on here? I mean, I have a flaw of Unfalkenstein, if that helps you. Oh yeah, by the way, there's also an item that just straight up gives you invisibility, which is extremely overpowered for a monk. I mean, it's overpowered for most classes, but it's stupid for a monk. Rest assured, my injuries are not serious. Zensa held back. God, I feel like such a fool. No matter what he asked of us, we always did it without question. In so doing, we thought we could survive, but in the end, he commanded us to fight each other to the death to open our chakra. Fight to the death? Who commanded us? Who? Our master. Harahatia is his name, and he leads the sect of Shadow. But more than that, he was a father figure to Zensa and me. After our parents abandoned us, he took us in and raised us. We always strove to please him, lest we lose our place. But today he made our worth to him abundantly clear. We are not friends, let alone family. We are tools to be used and discarded. When we fought, he thrust me off the cliff. She made it appear an accident that I might alone flee. But I cannot flee while Zensa... Oh, no, it's her. Is at our master's mercy. We must rescue her! Okay, so let's frickin' do it. If you know what's good for you, you will put many moms between yourselves in this place. Master will doubtless send people to verify my death. Wait, let us help you! Why would you help us after all the wrongs we've committed against you? What kind of stupid question is that? Because I'm a decent human being. Actually, I'm an elf. But whatever. I once lusted for power. I stopped at nothing to obtain it. I used lore. I betrayed him. Worse, I tried to kill him. I repented. I started anew. Now someone is making the same mistake as me, and I cannot ignore it. Nor can I ignore those who suffer from it. But above all, my pupils are in trouble. I would help them. It is what a master should do. Also known as the Gada effect. Look, I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly, Valvatrix. I tried to kill Lore. Pull out one of those ridiculously long scrolls. Yep, add that to the list of people who tried to kill me. If I held a grudge against everyone who tried to kill me, I would have a very small group of friends, let me tell you what. In fact, all I'm going to say about that is Shadowbringers, and we're just going to leave that at that for right now. Yeah, no, forgive and forget. Let's go. We coo. And also, if I can just be sappy for just a second, I do believe very firmly in the concept of forgiveness and understanding and helping someone recover, you know? Helping someone be a better person. I admit that's because I'm an idiot, and I believe that people are better than they are not. And I do. In real life. But in fiction, I absolutely believe in that, because I have the power to back that. You've heard me say it before. Repentance? No, that's the wrong word. Redemption. That's the right word. Requires internal and external. You need to mean it, and you need someone to help you. You need someone to give you that chance. Because you can mean it all you want, but if someone isn't willing to give you that chance, then you're just going to rot in jail or be killed. That's the end of that. It is safe here. We may speak freely. There's much I do not know. Please tell me everything. In the beginning, members of the Fist of Rhalgr strove to open all 14 chakras. 7 of light, 7 of shadow. Those who opened all 7 in their native chakra were permitted to duel those who had achieved the same in the opposing sect. For generations, duels were held in great secrecy. But in the end, that ended with the massacre of the Temple of the Fist when the Sect of Light was extinguished. And though the Sect of Shadow survived by virtue of obscurity, its disciples lost means to open Light Chakra. Until Master Hrahatia learned of the sole survivor of the massacre, you. And that's how Zensa and I came to you. Our master taught us disciples of light were but a means to an end, a resource to be used and discarded. He ingrained in us the belief that our two sects must ever be at odds, because he's extremely stupid. I understand how things were in the past, how they were in the present, but more importantly, I know that light and shadow were formerly as one. Is this... Am I the only one who is just constantly thinking of Shadowbringers as I'm going through this quest arc? Is that just me? Convince him our schools need not fight. Together we can rebuild our proud order. I'm afraid he will not be easily swayed, and should it come to blows, as I fear it will, know that his strength far surpasses ours. He is the only person who has opened all 14 chakra. Only a warrior of light could fight him. Recently, I focused on opening light chakra. Of my own aspect, I have succeeded in opening but 6. I am no match for him. You are our only hope, Lord. Oh, I'm here. Hey. You are still 1 chakra short of 14. A small yet decisive difference. You will never be able to fight him. There is no way to do this outside of mortal combat. There is a way. There always is. All our chakra may not be open, but we have each other. Together, we may... Yeah, I mean, okay, he's super awesome, but there's 3 of us. Arguably 4. That as well. But first, she must recover. Okay. I thought this was a bad quest. I mean, it's not a good quest, but it's... I'm actually liking this more than I thought I would so far. I suppose it's rote. You know, predictable. I've also never seen this before, so maybe I'm just biased. What do they call that? Recency bias or something like that? Alright, let's smash this, because I'd like to get another class in before lunch break. I mean, I'm not saying this is amazeballs, but, you know, it's alright. I'm with it. It's also some interesting world building and backstory for not only Alamigo, but the monk, the Rhalgr's Fist. Oh, that sucks. I like how I just... You know what? Actually, hang on. I think this is closer. Yeah, I think it's literally faster to go to Tailfeather. Routing. One thing I miss about Asheron's Call, even though it's objectively a bad... You ever like something that's objectively bad? Right? You know, like, well, okay, objectively bad is a bit of a harsh term, but you probably know what I mean when I say that, right? One of the things I miss about Asheron's Call, yeah, VTMB, yeah, is routing. So in AC, there's no fast travel. Instead, you have 2 portal ties and 2 lifestone ties. Lifestones are all over the place, portals are all over the place. Not every portal can be tied to. And so to get from point A to point B involves a whole mental game of routing, which I actually enjoyed doing. I know, present tense, that game so well, I could probably tell you a good route to get from point A to point B from basically anywhere. But the thing is, that is kind of objectively wrong, because it essentially mandates either knowing the game that well, having the right ties to go to the right places, or just having the freaking wiki up in order to figure out how to get anywhere. I enjoyed that, though, because I'm stupid. So, this site hosted a fierce battle. Much blood was spilled here, so we're gonna not fight each other so we're gonna fight independently in close proximity. Our chakras will merge as we fight together to the death. Okay, that's kind of cool. It was, Ross. But it was also kind of neat in its own way, because the thing is good. There's obviously multiple routes. In fact, there's like a huge number of routes, but truly optimal routing made getting around really, really fast. And that's important because Asheron's Call was an absolutely huge MMO. There's lots and lots and lots of empty space in that MMO. Again, a bad thing. There's a reason why if you were to look at like the wiki for a specific quest, it would say, go to this seemingly random spot, go through this seemingly random dungeon, take this portal in this seemingly random dungeon. This will drop you 2 clicks from your destination. Oh, hey, there's the evil one. Yep. Tracks. He looks evil. Be on your guard. It's the evil one. He is the evil one. Take back? What an idiotic notion. She's a traitor to the sect. I'm here to kill her. We will not allow it. You will have to defeat us first. You are a disciple of the sect of light, and one who surpasses him besides. You have opened your seventh chakra, as plain to my senses. An idea occurs. A peaceful way to end our meeting. We need not fight. You are to slay Wittergelt and open your seventh chakra. Once you've accomplished this, return to me, and Zensa shall come to no harm. As for you, if you swear to serve me, I shall release them both. A fair trade, is it not? What? Okay, hang on. My opinion of this quest art just plummeted. Think on it, but not over long. I cannot guarantee there'll be much of Zensa left to retrieve. You scumbag! I was going to say, remember when they added the Plane of Knowledge, Ross, and that just kind of became the way to get around? I think it was the Plane of Knowledge. I remember that expansion specifically because I actually came back to EQ in that expansion and played a Necro for a while, which was actually kind of fun. I tried to fight him, but he was too strong. He was too strong. None alive can fight him. No one is a match for him. Sorry. He was present for the massacre at the temple. He attacked and slew a priest of your sect, and in so doing, opened the chakra of light. We cannot fight him. Our test is a failure. My chakra did not open, and neither did yours. Okay. I want to save her, but I cannot kill Wittergeld. Well, then let's go frickin' save her! It's a slash rally. Oh god, it's the dumb emote! It's the dumb one! Hey, come on. Hey. Negative for emote. God. Please forgive my pitiful display. You're right. That was the most pitiful display I've ever seen. You opened my eyes to a world of infinite possibility. So much more is possible than I ever dreamed. And I won't give up hope. There is a way to defeat him. Yeah, let's just go defeat him. You know that's where this is going. You know that's going to be the level 660 quest, is go defeat him. That's not even me making that up. I've never even played this quest, and I guarantee you the last step is go defeat him. Valvedrix asked a question a while ago. I apologize for missing that. What level does Monk get fun in WoW? Let me come back to that. Because the game has changed fundamentally since you played it. We've had the level squish since then. Time is running out. Zensa's life will soon be formed. We must act now! We must act! We must act! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! To Alamigo? Oh, you're sending me here. Okay. Little Alamigo. Right. I probably wouldn't veto Dark Souls Remastered, but please keep in mind, I don't like the Dark Souls games. So don't expect me to go in praising and gushing, which is what most people expect of me when they suggest I play Souls games. As long as you know that, I'm cool with it. You know what you're buying and all that. No, this is not the way. He speaks the truth. This is not the way. We need power, but at what cost? If you die, she would grieve. Victory would have no meaning. Remember my words. All our chakra may not be open, but we have each other. We will fight as we did in the old of days, before we were born. Let's do it! Let's fight the guy. I'm ready. But no, I probably wouldn't veto it. So I don't enjoy Monk DPS in WoW, Valvedrix, to start answering your question. We're going to try to reach out to him first and be like, hey, peace. And the guy's going to be like, no, I'm evil. The arduous training to hone mind and body, the blood we spill and shed, all of it is for no other person than to honor the destroyer. We pay him great tribute by dueling to the death. Yeah. Let me rephrase this. I'm evil. Upon your battered bodies, the fists of Rhalgar shall be reborn. You're wrong. The sect of light was undone, but we misused our power. We turned on our own people. For this we were cast down. Now you misuse our power. You're evil. I grow weary of your blathering. You've already declared your unwillingness. There is not more to discuss. I'm evil! So, the core problem I have with Monk DPS, it sounds like exactly what you were having. It's the same problem I have with Rogue in WoW. WoW does really good class design for the most part, but I feel like both Rogue and Monk suffer from the same problem, and that is energy generation. Some of you may or may not know that there's actually a specific talent in WoW that increases your energy regeneration by 30%. That may not sound like a lot, but most people consider that talent absolutely mandatory, because energy regeneration sucks as a gameplay mechanic. Are these just spawning infinitely? Am I just making piles of corpses? Look at this! I'm killing them faster than they can despawn. Look at this! Look at this! Oh my god, I am so amused, and I probably shouldn't be. Let's go ahead and kill the boss. Let's ignore those. So let's explain why energy regeneration sucks. The way energy... So, okay, WoW... Yeah, imagine seeing that in lore. I am the arm of the destroyer. So WoW... anybody who knows WoW knows that WoW has a very high tempo and pace to its combat. It was based on a frickin' FPS engine, right? It is very fast in overall presentation and style. It's one of the reasons why I say WoW and FF14, despite similarities, are actually very, very different, even at their very core, their very bones. Now, both Rogue and Monk, Monk DPS specifically, share the same core problem. Their resource is an energy bar that refills on its own. You don't do anything, okay? You have no power over regenerating that resource other than taking that one talent that's mandatory, okay? Now, that's important. Yes, I know, there's specific cooldowns, like 2-minute cooldowns, that give you a single boost of energy, but for the most part, you are 90% of your gameplay is just waiting for this bar to fill. And you're already seeing the problem. Because what this does is it mandates a different tempo in combat. It forces you to do an ability, and then white damage. And then an ability, and then white damage. And you see the problem here? Whereas almost every other class, this period would be filled with stuff you do that either fills your bar or it is unconnected to the bar, and so you have other things you can do. Yeah, there's a reason why most rogues, the overwhelming majority of their damage, percentage-wise, is white damage. Like, you look at the parse for a rogue, and you see 60% damage coming from white damage, and that's why, is because they spend all their time trying to boost their white damage while they're waiting for the bar to fill. So, in short, I don't think Monk DPS is ever going to be your thing, Valvatrix. Monk Tank is completely different, because Monk Tank doesn't have that limitation. Monk Tank is just kind of awesome. You know, flinging beer on people and then setting them on fire, kind of awesome. That's Monk Tank in a nutshell. But getting back to the point, ignoring the viscerality, ignoring the flavor of Monk Tank, the simple difference is Monk Tank has more abilities that have nothing to do with your energy bar. And so you're not chained to that energy bar, and so it feels better. So that's my answer to your question. Sorry for the delay on that. You came, thank you. Oh no, he's still evil. So you have turned against me, both of you. Have you forgotten who it was who saved you all those years ago? But I pride myself on being an unforgiving man. In lieu of an apology, I shall accept your life force. What are you, a frickin' vampire? Oh my god, he is a vampire. What is going on here? Magnificent. My body is as a raging furnace. It shall be child's play to unleash my ultimate technique. It ends here. Thank you. Can it be your final chakra has opened? That's the only explanation, which means Lore is now his equal. What? That's right. I am now his equal. Raise eyebrow. And yeah, we actually kind of pseudo-jokingly talked about these guys being ether vampires, but I'm starting to think we really are actually ether vampires. Like, just straight up. I mean, for God's sakes, in the ARR quests, we literally gain chakra, aka ether, by fighting in places where there was horrible conflict and death, where lots of people died. Oh, do I have my, thing at this way? Hey, I've got my blitzes! Oh, he's dead. I didn't even get to finish my combo! No, I didn't get to finish my combo! Oh, I guess he truly was my equal. God. I take it back. I don't like this quest. It's over. We achieved the impossible! My heart is heavy. I failed to convince him. Every step I take, blood is spilled. With my power, I know only destruction. It's not true. A monk's power can be used to save. We have a favor to ask. If you are intent on rebuilding the Fist of Rhalgr, we would lend you our aid. We bring whatever's left of this sect. Together we can restore... It's still a porno story, if you're thinking about it. Now that you've saved our lives, we are eternally indebted to you. Jazz music. Lore is the only soul left who has opened all 14 chakra, and a soul of gentleness he is. I don't know, I'm pretty violent. Honestly. He did not seek power for its own sake. Okay, that's fair. Yet he has reached the zenith of our art. In so doing, he has shattered our old preconceptions and shown us another path. And in opening his final chakra by stopping the Master's technique, he has given us hope. There's a way to open all chakra without bloodshed. Yeah, smooth jazz. Like they start fighting in time to the music. Yep, we found inner peace as a warrior. We have opened all our chakras as a monk. We killed each other as a paladin? I'm still not sure what happened there. We purified the taint as a white mage. So what are we thinking on review here? Because we're done. That's monk. We unlock. Blitz. Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards a wash. It wasn't as bad as I was expecting, but it certainly kind of dipped down a lot towards the end there. We will obviously give pluses to gameplay for Monk. We were trying that out earlier, specifically to try it out. Monk continues to be awesome. So, someone was asking, I think it was Rax, was asking about the Blitz system. And I do feel like it needs to be described a little bit better, but at the same time, it is still a good system. You know, being able to be like, plong, 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 shong is still good. And it does actually add to the complexity of the class without really screwing it up. Like, I know that sounds weird, but I started getting into the groove of it when we were doing whichever raid that was. And it really is, so you do your buff combo, and then you go ahead and proc, you go ahead and hit 7 here, which allows you to start building up a blitz. You do a single target blitz, which I was using Dragon Kick for. I don't know if that's the best way to do. I think it is, but I'm not sure. Anyways, so Dragon Kick, cool. Then we get our blitz. Then we use it again, because we have 2 charges. And then we do the combo one, and then we blitz. And then we go back to doing this combo. Actually, no, I think then we do the buff combo again. Then we do this combo, and this combo, and this combo. And then we repeat, right? And yeah, no, I'm with that. It's effectively adding another combo on top of our existing combo loops. And it continues to flow, which is what Monk is best at in terms of gameplay. So I'm with it. I really enjoy Monk at 60. Because now we have blitzes. I'm not sure what we get at 70 other than Enlightenment. Yeah, I think I'm going to say a wash on the narrative side of the quest, though. I think we're just going to kind of on that one. Yeah, I think that's how we'll cover that. Alright. Okay. So, we get one more in. Maybe? Or we do an early lunch break? Who will be next? Bard. We're doing Bard next. How long is Bard? I'm going to start it now. Ah, screw it. I want to push through it. I'll read at my pace a little bit. Sorry. You can officially accuse me of rushing, because I'm going to read at my pace. Don't worry, I'll summarize what's going on. I always do. Alright, so, Bard Quest time. There's another one I haven't done. I think I've only actually done, like, 3. So what's up? So he wants us to... he wants to introduce us to someone so we can become a better singer. I feel like I should be insulted by that. But I guess that's true. We are getting Wanderer's Minuet at this range, so... This is Gridania. Actually, hang on. And I actually already got to try out Bard at 60, and I liked Bard at 60, like, way more than I thought I would. I honestly don't care for Bard at 50 all that much. Okay, so here's a Lancer Bard. Well, that sounds cool. Imagine playing a Dragoon that buffs people. Ooh, that gives me some ideas, actually. Holy Dragoon? Okay. Look, Holy Dragoon's a cool idea, okay? Just because they don't do anything with it in after years doesn't stop it from being a cool idea. Dragoon's like Monk. You can add something to the front of it, and most things make it cooler. Think about it. Nature Dragoon. Fire Dragoon. Dragon Dragoon. Ah, it's a little bit redundant, but it's still cool. So we're trying to find out about the Ballad of Oblivion. We're trying to convince the local military of the value of a song. Okay. So go fight some stuff to prove that you're worth a darn. I will go help him kill stuff. I admit I would love a true buff gameplay in 14, even though it's just not possible, which is such a damn shame. So for those of you not aware, in Guild Wars 2, this is probably the best example of this, you can play a pure buffer. I actually have a Guardian set up as who can do nothing but heal and buff. And when I say nothing, I mean I'm technically doing damage, but it's so little as to be effectively inconsequential. Yeah, it's pure support, but it's really fun. Like, it's actually enjoyable to play. It's probably one of my favorite classes to play. And it's just layering buffs. Well, so it's hard to actually explain because it's really complicated. But all of my abilities do certain types of buffs, but only in certain ways and only at certain times. And each of those buffs, like, I have to aim them, if that makes sense. Effectively, think of it like telegraphs. I have to do a telegraph, whoosh, to hit these people, and then I've got this, and then I can do this, and so forth and so on. So I've still got to run around and aim, and I still have to hit the right abilities in the right order. And I only get 5 charges per book, and each book has a 45-second cooldown, and so forth and so on. Like, there's a whole layering to it. I have to do this whole thing to keep the buffs going. And what it means is essentially you're always buffed, but which buff you're buffed with changes over time, because each buff only lasts a few seconds. But I'm constantly layering new buffs on top of you over and over and over, while healing you with every single buff I do, because I have a talent setup where every time I put a buff on you, you get healed for it. It's a great build. I love it. Pax and I can duo dungeons with that, with him as his warrior and me just... It's really fun to play. But you get my point, right? Like, it's extraordinarily fun, despite the fact that all it does is buffs and heals. Anyways, there's this random person. I don't know who this person is. He's a prodigy. That's why I gave him the charm. I remember the Moogle. I don't remember who this dude is. I remember who that dude is. Why the interference? They're in the middle of a trial. Don't have a fit. He's now part of... What? I hope they botched the trial. I did say those words. I'll have to... But seeing Lauren in action has changed my mind. Look at his face! So, he doesn't care about anything, and he's a snidely bastard. But he does like the idea of this song. And he's a good archer, apparently. Your reputation as a troublemaker. You treat authority with contempt, shirk duty at every turn. They sent you as a means of wanting to make me fail. All my dreams up in smoke. Say it straight to my face, would you? Do we have to travel with this pompous brat? Laura and I'll do just fine. We don't need anybody else. Without me, who do you think is driving force behind this expedition? Why am I watching this? I suppose beggars can't be choosers. So you're right, Reggie, but honestly, I'm 100% okay with that. I've actually thought about this a bit. I think it's okay to have builds that are reliant on other players, if that makes any sense. Because obviously it's not like you don't want to just run around questing on your own with that build, because not only you can't, but, you know, it would probably suck or be extremely slow to do it anyways, right? So it's not really a great solo build, but it's something you can do as a group, and it's something you can do with a friend, and it's something that'd be really helpful in the thing, blah, blah, blah. In short, I'm down with the idea of non-optimized builds, if that makes any sense. Just to have the variety to it, just to add the options for playstyle to it, right? Now the catch, of course, is something we've talked about before. If that buffer build is really, really useful, it becomes essentially mandatory for raids. And, well, it kind of is. The build I just talked about is considered a mandatory build for most high-end Guild Wars 2 raids and fractals. Because it's constantly buffing whoever's in its range, while constantly healing them. I mean, duh, right? So that's the downside of that. It's like Shadow Priest back in BC, for those of you who remember that. Or Shamans back in BC. So, we've started our expedition. Yay. No, I agree, Reggie. I'm not sure such a thing is even really feasible in something like FF14. Because the cost of the build of the buffer and healer is the fact that it does so little damage. It's there as a magnifier for someone else. That kind of thing works well in Guild Wars 1 as well. I think I've told this story before. Back in Guild Wars 1, in my party setup, there were only 2 people who did damage in a party of 8. Me and Pax. Everyone else was either buffing us, healing us, debuffing the enemy, or interrupting the enemy. And yeah, they were all all other 6 characters were magnifiers, which meant that we could effectively duo all the content because we were magnified a lot. Like, we were doing ridiculous damage while staying alive, while the enemy was nerfed. It was great, I loved it. But again, you can see why that's problematic. Okay. Is this... Oh my god, it really is. I just realized what kind of a quest this is. This is the freaking, what do they call it? The Odd Couple? That's what this is. He's all stiff and stern. He's all loose and lax. Together, they're irritating. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I had to have read that wrong. Please tell me I read that wrong. Nope. So the other dude, we'll call him Lax Boy instead of Stick Boy. Lax Boy decided to go all flirtatious on a woman who happens to be a knight, and now she's out late on patrol, and so we have to go find her and hope that nothing has happened. Obviously, Stick Boy thinks that Lax Boy is willing to go to certain extents to get a date. I'm sure we'll see something substantially less interesting when we get there. This is my life now. Okay. So there's him. Doing his thing. And yeah, that's... I'm kind of with you, Reggie, but... And I'm also kind of with you on Blade Terval's point, because... obviously, when you're designing an MMO, you have to design down. But in my opinion, you can only design down so far, right? To put this as bluntly as I can, I think there's a problem with the no child left behind mentality. Let's put it that way. Because that applies in game design. You're always going to have people like those 2 DPS that I had last night, right? You're always going to have healers who don't know what Esuna is, and you're always going to have people who have no idea how to use their limit breaks, and so forth and so on. Never mind actually knowing mechanics or the rotations or the boss fights. I've got something here for you. A Name's Day present from your sweetheart, which is him, apparently. Oh, no. But... okay, that's substantially less horrible than I thought it was. The woman he was hitting on was actually married to this knight, and the reason we were out here it was because she wanted to deliver a message to him that she was with child. That's substantially less horrible than I thought it was. Still dumb. Why can't it be my own, Fife? Damn it! Meanwhile, they're still arguing because odd couple. He has his rules. He has his adaptation. Together, they're... stick and stone? I don't know. Alright. I have to make an MMO in a setting that isn't mine. So, knee-jerk answer, StarCraft. I know, it's an old meme, but I've actually put some long and careful thought into that over the years. And once upon a time, I would have said StarCraft doesn't fit an MMO, but since then I've changed my opinion a bit. I think we could make that work, and I think we could make it interesting. It would require some specific construction, like you couldn't allow a player to play an Ultralisk, for example. Except you totally freaking could if you think about it. Imagine Ultralisk being a cooldown rather than a class, and you start to think of how you can make that sort of thing work. Think about being able to call down a Protoss carrier as an ability rather than playing a Protoss carrier, and you start to see how this kind of thing can work. I think StarCraft would make a great MMO. Exactly, Dakota. It's funny because WoW actually has that exact mechanic as a temporary thing. You can just periodically call down an artillery, and you just hop into the artillery and just destroy the hell out of everything for like 2 minutes or whatever. And just... right? Like, I've seen this kind of thing work. I've seen in practice ideas that could be applied. Meanwhile, he's trying to have a serious conversation, and he's singing. Sanson the Stiff! Meanwhile, I'm playing music for some stupid reason. Yeah, it would be difficult to design certain encounters. What we'd effectively have to do is we'd have to design most of the content, like the overworld, the quest content, and probably most of the dungeons around the idea that they're going to be easy. Like there's nothing else for that. We'd effectively have to make it so that most builds are viable by building down. Like I said, you can build down, you just have to not build down too far, which is what I was just talking about, actually. Keep paying attention. Hey, there's the new song. Woo! Exactly, Reggie. Bingo. Now, that would be bulk content, but then we'd actually get into the really rough stuff. And again, as usual, I use this analogy so many times. It does, as long as there's still builds that are viable down here is the important part. Then we make harder stuff, and then harder stuff, and then harder stuff until, there's one optimal build for the Mythic Plus or whatever we decide to call it. And I'm fine with that. So, like the Ultralisk thing, maybe make it so that, the Ultralisk ability just actually lowers your DPS compared to some other thing you could do, which increases your attack rate, like the adrenal glands thing, something like that. And so maybe that's great, and it's cool, and it's fun, but it's actually suboptimal in terms of damage per second, so you don't want to do the Ultralisk build and the hard stuff, right? And make it so that, maybe maybe you have to control the carrier abilities. Like, you remember how in StarCraft 2 Legacy of the Void, you actually gain an ability to just mouse, like, as you're mousing, the beam is following your mouse slowly, right? So maybe you, the player, have to actually control the carrier's attack while it's going through, so your DPS stops to make the carrier beam happen. And you get the general idea. There's ways to design this so that they're technically not optimal, but they're still fun. And that's really the key part there. Anyways, we found the soldier. She admits to singing the song, but refuses to teach it to us. He's trying to womanize his way out of it. Oh my god. The main problem with a buff job in something like FF14 Wilbo is the buff cap. You can only have so many buffs at a time per unit. I'm sure there's ways around that, but that is an issue. You don't sing for us. I don't problem. But can you at least tell us why? No. It isn't a song I would willingly sing. Okay. Okay. Makes no sense whatsoever. Lydia's spoken. Seems there's nothing else we can do. You give up just like that? We have a duty to accomplish. Begging your pardons, your comrade gave me to attend. An operation is due to be conducted. Yeah. Dragon numbers are on the rise. Well, if you're not averse, we would lend you our aid. Wouldn't an elf's ears be more susceptible to being cold than like a normal human's? Because there's more cartilage going out further, so it's further away from the heat and the source of blood. Random thoughts. Whatever. So we're going to help her fight some dragons because she refuses to help us. And I don't know what the hell this quest line is all about. That's why I was thinking about it, because I was just thinking, elves should have hats, like just ear warmers, if nothing else, more than wow, lore, humans would. Well, yeah, maybe they actually have more veins throwing through ears. That's why their elf ears are so good. It all makes sense. They have more blood. Actually, that would probably make their hearing worse, wouldn't it? Now I'm thinking about biology. Let's shift topics. Back to StarCraft. But for real though, one of the things that is, so this I'm going to tie this back into Final Fantasy VI. There's a lot of ways to play Final Fantasy VI, and a lot of them are suboptimal, but they're fun. Now I know a single-player game is a different animal than an MMO, but I do think the core tenet still applies to both. There's nothing wrong with introducing specs or classes or builds that are worse if they're fun. My opinion. And this kind of ties back into what we were talking about earlier with regards to viscerality and arguably WoW with regards to the rogue things. Yeah, 4-Job Fiesta is all about trying out random, different, unique builds that are not good because they're fun. I will probably never play Warframe again. I started getting pretty far into Warframe, and then I discovered it is aggressively anti-co-op. And I don't really play MMOs solo. You know? So I put Warframe down, and I've never looked back. She didn't perform the song. Her people suffered heavy losses. Your sacrifice will not be forgotten. Hey, she's singing. A requiem. To send the souls into heaven. Not that souls or heaven exist in this setting, really. But let's not get into that. I was trying to make you sing a song of mourning. Strike me down for a callous fool. Sure, Inamisha, give me a minute. Seeing how this game is aggressively anti-co-op? Warframe is aggressively anti-co-op in a different way, but in the same extent. One second. Oh, I have to salute her for some reason. Salud! I am done saluting her. Yeah, the fault is yours for not explaining yourself. Jesus Christ. So she refuses to be friends with people because she doesn't like losing friends. Okay, that kind of tracks. I mean, she lives in Ishgard during the Dragon Song War. That makes sense, right? I mean, think about it. So, Warframe, I'm going to tell you a story, Inamisha. So, I got into Warframe, and I was really enjoying it. I even got a really good frame. I don't remember which, don't ask me. And we had started looking, Gary and Pax and I, that's my MMO group, started looking into which frames we wanted to play long-term, you know, which frames would complement each other. We did our usual research that we tend to do. We got into the game, we started playing the first few story arcs, and we got to a story which was on the first planet, which I don't remember the name of, don't ask me. And we were having trouble because the quest wasn't popping up for Gary, and it was weird. And I'm like, it's right here. Like, I remember it. My memory isn't that bad. This was where we did the quest. He's like, no, I'm not seeing it. Turns out those quests literally don't show up in the zone unless you're alone. You cannot do the story quests in a party. So, we did a little digging. And it turns out, well, you can do the instances. I forget what they call them in Warframe. But the instances as a group, in fact, you should and have to. The actual campaign is solo only. So we put the game down, and we never went back to it. By the way, nothing told us that in the game. We had to Google that to figure that out. At least FF14 will say, you cannot be in a party to do that particular solo instance, you know, when the little yellow light shows up. Yeah, Warframe is, by all accounts, a good game, but it is not a game I will ever play because of that. Because I cannot play it with my friends and enjoy it with my friends. So yes, we're going to help the people. Of course we're going to freaking help. What kind of stupid question is this? Yes, hips. Go hips. Why haven't we gone to help them yet? Why are we standing here? Go! Yeah, that's the other problem. Most of the campaign is pretty threadbare. And that's just not interesting to us. It seems a little bit more EVE Online, a little bit less World of Warcraft, to put that into terrible perspective. Hey look, a solo-only instance. God, I hate these so goddamn much. In my incredibly copious spare time, Pax and I have been playing through the latest expansion for Guild Wars 2. We're nowhere. We're literally in the second zone. Oh, I guess I should just rescue Sylvia. And it continues to impress me how that game manages to make solo story-centric stuff still co-opable. I don't think I can actually explain without spoiling, but let's just say there was an event, a little instance that we went through, which Pax was the main character in. And I wasn't there in lore, but in gameplay I still had stuff I could do. This is a trick Guild Wars 2 does fairly frequently, actually. I mean, this was, like, God, a couple years ago at this point, Inamisha, so I have no idea at this point. I suppose I should actually be using other abilities, like this one! I'm sorry, Inamisha. So let me explain a little bit what I mean by that. So the story quests, which as was pointed out by Maz, are not that big and not that chunk of the content, are the only things that really interest us. We don't just want to do random dungeons or random missions or random whatever. We want content. And so the majority of the content, which is co-opable in Warframe, just doesn't interest us. So we did that. We actually did several of those missions just to see if we liked the game. And it was like, well, this is fun enough. And so then we went to... and then we ran into the quest problem. It's like, oh, and then we just put it down. And that's, again, I'm not trying to bash Warframe. Warframe is a good game. It's, with some good devs, with some good heads on their shoulders. It's just, it was just very much not our kind of thing. What was I using, though? So we saved Sylvial. Yay. We're trying to get this song from Sylvial. Do you know this song? Oh, gosh. I do a better job of explaining what it looked like. But I'm trying to find a list of them, and I'm not finding them. Yeah, then Warframe's devs were bought out by someone horrible, and that sucked. What are they called? Because I'm actually trying to find just an image list of these stupid things, and I'm not finding it. I thought it was the Tennos, but obviously I'm wrong. Whoop. They're just called... Of course they are. I know which one Gary was playing. I remember. He was playing the sand one. Like, his whole shtick was he would debuff and then, like, kill instantly or something like that. Like, I know how... I like how you know what I'm talking about because I say sand. I knew you'd get that one. Let's see. One of them's called Lavas, that's funny. I wanted to get Mesa Prime, but I ended up not being invested enough in the game to do that. Is that it? There's a lot of these. Sorry, I didn't realize it would be this long. And my lunch break was 3 minutes ago. And I'm looking up Warframes. What is wrong with me? I honestly just wanted Mesa because it looked cool. I'm pretty sure this is it. Let me look this up super quick. Yep, this is super it. Equinox. That's what I was using. There we go. Okay. Ham. So we saved the guy. Clearly we can now learn the song, right? The hunter wishes a word with us. Thank you for saving people. You're welcome. So let's talk about the Ballad of Oblivion. I don't know the Ballad of Oblivion, but I shall research it for you. Thanks. I was hoping for something a little more concrete than that. Okay. So we shall also research while he researches. Oh, wow. You... What? Where did that come from? Okay, never mind. That makes perfect sense. So these are two troublemakers that are disliked by the military for different reasons. Him because he's not good with authority, him because he's too much of a stickler for the rules. The military has specifically given them this mission so that they would get out of the way and or die in the process. A mission intended to fail. So, you know, anti-authority figure boy, loose boy over there, he doesn't want to have anything to do with it. He realizes this is a failed mission and he just wants to get on with it and say screw it. Stickler is like, no, we must actually find the ballad in order to prove that we're better and prove that, you know, they're wrong about us. That leads to a fight, and that's why the guy stormed off earlier. Meanwhile, more research is being done. I do like low-stakes stuff, which is funny because I mentioned that earlier too. I don't like the two characters or their dynamic, mostly because I just hate that. I'm not a big fan of the odd couple dynamic. I never have been. But they're decent enough characters in their own right. Consequently, one of the legends about the ballad... Really? Okay. Is about rising up to the heavens. Well, they just discovered in lore that, hey, do you know there's some Moogles up there? Remember the Moogles? So now we're going up to the heavens to find the Moogles. Meanwhile, the layabout dude, he's like, lore, I don't know what to do. I feel like I've lost my direction in life, which is funny coming from him. So he asks us what to do. I naturally tell him, get off your ass and come with us. That's what else I'm going to say. He's making fun of the other guy, but secretly he longs for him, and the two kiss. One true love. And then we go up to Mogholm. So, Gigapudding asks, which racial story is good in Guild Wars 2 in your opinion? All of them have something to do with one of the story arcs at some point or another, but the Sylvari one is very tied into the Heart of Thorns arc. And that's why it's the worst story ever. Let me actually think about that for a minute. While reading very quickly, because I am now 8 minutes into my lunch break. This is my own fault. I got off on Warframe. So they're, of course, going their separate ways to research the Mughals. Ignore how much work and effort we had to go to get the Mughals to even show themselves back in the MSQ. Let's just ignore that for a second. Whoop, 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 whoop. Wrong way. I don't this way. I don't know, maybe the Mughals are showing themselves because we came here earlier? I don't know. It's a terrible song, forbidden amongst Mughal-kind. That... What? Okay. Thanks for the directions. The lighting up here, jeez Louise. La-hee. So the Norn story arc kind of sucks. I would actually probably say the Norn story arc is the worst one. The human one is neat, but seemingly irrelevant because it's actually abandoned for an expansion and a half, or arguably 2 expansions. So that gives us a tie, essentially, between the Sylvari arc and the little people are... Oh my god, I can't think of the race of my own main! By the way, one of my mains is a Sylvari, and my other main is a Ashura. There we go. Ashuran. So I would say the Ashurans and the Sylvari are kind of tied for the best racial arc. With Norn being the worst and Human being middle ground. And there's no other races. So if you had to live with one or the other, Mughals or Namazu, let's pull up F14's thing, look up what Namazu are, because I think I know what that is. And I think I'm going to have to stab you in the face. Yep, I would rather eat molten lead than hang out with the Namazu. So I think I'll pick the Mughals. Alright, so the reason I'm skipping the Char... I've never finished the Char story arc. So, as much as I technically say that Norn is the worst, I suppose in the interest of fairness, Char is actually the worst for me because I have never felt the desire to finish it. By the way, I do have a Char. My Guardian, the buffer I was just talking about, is a Char. She looks super cool, though, too. White with black stripes. Great pattern. And like, I've got mist armor, so it's bleeding off of me as I buff and heal people. It's really cool looking. Meanwhile, Mughal bards. I'm not sure if this quest chain is going to get a positive, but I don't think it's going to get a negative. What are we thinking? Please don't eat me. I'm not nearly as sweet and succulent as I look. What does Mughal taste like? I really want to try one now. Aww. Aww. He told me to go adventure, but adventuring is scary without friends, but I don't have any friends. But we'll be your friends. And then we can eat you. Why do we have to... Okay. Whatever. Isn't that just... Yep, okay. Like, I'm committed at this point. I'm just gonna have a short lunch break. That's just life now. So far, the tempo has been about the same, I've noticed. Dark Knight comes in and kills the Moguls. Yep, our hearts beat as one. We are friends. But our fellowship is incomplete. That's right, we're missing the layabout. Guidalo, I think is actually his name. But we can't... he will not send us on our journey until we have Guidalo. We shall learn the blood of Oblivion. Wait, really? Guidalo, apparently, after coming all the way up to Mogholm, went to the complete opposite direction. Oh my god, is this seriously where we're going with this? Are we actually trying to get the two buddies to realize their one true love? Each other! Because that's totally what's happening here. Yes, that's right. The stick in the mud. Loves music. Sanson believes in song. Not as a tool. But I can't bear to be in Sanson's company. I love him too much. Listen, Savacom. These two are going to kiss if I have to shove them together with my bare hands. Grab, shove. Nope, nope. Kiss. God damn it. Idiot. Actually, I'm totally not a shipper. I'm just making fun. Except in Ace Attorney. But that's just me acknowledging what the games make so clear. Now, you know what a shipper is? Draco and Harry. That's a shipper. Jeez. Yay! We came all the way back to Gridania so that we can go to the Sea of Clouds. Why? I mean, I know, airship, but... Have you not heard of the Harry and Draco shipping? Because I have, and I don't pay attention to shipping communities. That's a good point. With how strong we are, we might crack their heads open like an egg. Oh, sorry. Heal. It's okay, we're a white mage. We can fix this. Stone calls to me. Yes. Good. The Ballad of Oblivion is here. I've never seen such markings before. Wait, don't touch it! Touches it. What? What? And she's singing. I'm not going to sing that out loud. course, Siren, or a Siren, would be the boss of a Bard story arc. As she sings the Ballade au Iblion. This fiend used it to lay waste to an entire tribe of Mughals. This isn't a song, it's an outrage. The song's too much. All this time, the thing I sought didn't even exist. 'Twas I who released this menace on the world, and I will vanquish it, no matter the cost. No, it's named something else. And meanwhile, this guy shows up. Because of course he does. And yeah, the bloody siren is literally a red siren. No, I do not, Dr. Winter. I will endure in my ignorance. Happily. What are you doing here? Kiss, you idiots. Just do it! It is a fervent desire to aid comrades that bestows our songs with power. Oh, is that the only explanation we're going to get for that? Is that music literally causes magical buffs because we care? Meanwhile, she's just sitting here letting us have our moment, which is kind of nice. I mean, I was about to say, it's probably just ether manipulation. I manipulate your ether to be better. I will improve you. Legaia. Legaia? I'm not sure how to say that one, but that's her actual name. Nice. Let's hit this button over here. Most terrifying power of all. Obviously telegraphed attacks. Wasted my time on that one, so let's just do this really quick. Oh, you meant Draco Black, not me. I'm not a werewolf. I'm a vampire, who's also a lich. I mean, a lich that drains life, does that count as a vampire at that point? Or is that just being a lich? You were with us aboard the airship, but there's... you know what, never mind. You had me worried sick. Yep, monk. Give me my journal back this instant. We must compose our own Ballad of Oblivion. Yep, yep. Okay, this is cool. Are we done here? Jesus Christ. Okay, how are we thinking about this story arc? Like, I don't think it's negative territory, but I do think it meanders a bit too much. Oh, actually, that's a good time to mention that while I'm thinking about it. It is quite forgettable, but it's not bad. It's nowhere near as bad as Paladin or Warrior were. Par exemple. It's even a neat little bit of, you know, pseudo world building. Pseudo. I do think the story hinges a little bit too much on the dynamic between those two, which, as I've already pointed out, is something I don't care for. So that's just kind of whatever. Like, they're back to bickering already, in case you missed that. Which you probably did, because I was going through it at my pace. Why did you send me... Blade Toval asks the question, which I'll answer before I take my 30-minute lunch break. Jesus, I'm barely going to have time to eat food. That's it. Why does your character do what he does? Is he devoted to being a hero? Is he in it for the glory? Does he like killing people? Is he a murder hobo? So I think I've mentioned this before, but and as pathetic as it sounds, I've always roleplayed Lore Runner as me. Literally the idea that I got dumped into FF14, and this is just me going around being me in FF14. If I have to then explain my motives, I apparently have failed as a human being. I think I'm going to call it a wash. It's not all that impressive, but it's not all that bad. It is very forgettable, but I kind of like the low-tieredness of it, so I think we're just going to call that one a wash. Certainly better than the ones we've already been seeing, for the most part. And Bard is actually quite fun at 50 to 60, as we've already established. I mean, it does, USN Corp. Make fun if you will. Which one will we do next? I guess it doesn't matter at this point. So I suppose we'll go ahead and do... Let's do Astrologian. I remember that being kind of blah. So, we'll do Astrologian next. After the break, obviously.